But Tiger Stadium, you know, the coolness of it and the oldness of it, but this is very new. There's a lot of things to do down here, and you know, you're going to watch the game and you're not going to want to go home. And if you're not watching the game and you go out to the carousel or whatever, you're not going to know where to go next. It's awesome.
Well, and that kind of will be the whole experience today, tomorrow, whenever you're coming out here. It's like pulling the gift wrap off a package. You really, you don't know exactly what's inside it yet, but we'll endeavor to find out for you today. Please stay with us, because aside from the actual ball game, we will indeed chronicle all that we can about the Tigers' new digs. It's a pleasure to be here today, literally. Let's go back to you, John.
All right, Josh, thanks. So we're eagerly anticipating the first pitch. I think they're running just a tad behind in the final preparations, as the grounds crew has been working feverishly to get the playing surface ready here at Comerica Park. They put some water on the field this morning to try to actually wash the snow out of the outfield grass. The tarp has been covering the infield for much of the morning. That obviously is now off, and they're putting the base paths down and getting set for day one in the history of Comerica Park here in downtown Detroit. Opening ceremonies are still to come. Ernie Harwell will be your MC, and we can promise you some surprises there. It's all as our coverage continues from Comerica Park after this.
I do is dream of you the whole night through. With the dawn I still go on and dream of you. You're every thought, you're everything, you're every song I ever sing.
For those who must design trucks to compete with Dodge Ram, there is no rest. Now get a $1,000 cash allowance on all new 2000 model year Ram pickups.
Been there all year long, screaming and carrying on. Tigers, Pistons, even the Red Wings. And he's never been on skates in his whole life. And he'll be screaming at the players like he can do it better. Fool.
What happens when you question everything? 3 great wireless companies can become one even better wireless company. Simple, affordable, national. Bell Atlantic Mobile, AirTouch Cellular, and Crimeco have become Verizon Wireless. Join in.
Welcome back. You can continue to see the throngs enter Comerica Park. Those folks out by the statues out in center field where the Tiger greats are honored. Incredible detail in those statues. Newhouser and Cobb and Gehringer and K-Line, and perhaps another statue to be added along the way. The Tigers have played more than 6,900 games at the corner of Michigan and Trumbull, and today, for the first time this century, they'll play a home game somewhere else. We're happy to be joined by the young Tiger pitcher Jeff Weaver, who's actually starting the season sort of on the fringes of the roster. He's going to go down and get a little bit of work in the minor leagues, as the Tigers haven't needed a 5th starter. You're only in your 2nd full season in the major leagues. When you walked into this place, having made a trip through the American League once, all of a sudden it seems like Detroit is on the par with the haves in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, everybody yesterday for the workout was just wide-eye and gung-ho, and I know the fans are ready to go. It just brings new excitement to the whole organization, and I think that's what we needed in this point.
How tough was it, maybe in some of the dog days last season? You knew this new park was coming, and you looked forward to the anticipation of sort of playing in a place like this, but when you're sort of closing down Tiger Stadium, for all the emotion and the history there, I mean, this is really what guys who do what you do want to see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was glad to be a part of the old Tiger Stadium, but all the new stadiums that are being brought up are just bringing new life to teams and bringing winning teams to the town, and I think that's what everybody's looking forward to, and that's what I want to be a part of.
As it was for the last day of Tiger Stadium, will you stop, particularly since you're not involved in the game today, and just sort of soak it in a little bit, because this is something you'll be able to tell your grandkids about?
Oh, no doubt. I'll be down here for 9 innings, checking it out and seeing what everything brings. I know the fans are going to be fired up for 9 innings. Everybody's in here regardless of how cold it is.
Do you sense that suddenly it's cool to be a baseball fan in Detroit again just because of this building?
Well, I know we have great fans to begin with, and for them to have a place where they can come and be comfortable and enjoy a ball game, I think everybody's going to make it that much better.
Jeff, thanks for your time. Enjoy today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Tiger starter Jeff Weaver, who has yet to make his initial start this 2000 season, I beg your pardon, as Comerica Park opens. And you know, it's filling up, I think. You gradually see people come in. They've had some trouble parking, perhaps. That's going to be an adjustment for all baseball fans in the city of Detroit as they get used to a new routine. And one guy that they're coming to see is the Tigers' superb closer. Todd Jones is alongside. As much as you have followed the progress of Comerica Park and your degree of excitement about its opening, are you still that much more excited to actually be getting set to play your first game here?
Well, I think it's very exciting. I think for everybody, I mean, especially the fans, it's a beautiful ballpark. It's a great place. It's heaven on earth for a true fan. And you know, I'm just so concentrating on the game, trying to make sure that I'm ready when I go out there to pitch, that I haven't really had time to sit down and enjoy it. So maybe after the first outing, or maybe after our first win today, maybe we can you know, sit back, relax, and enjoy our first win.
Has that been something that Phil Garner has talked to you guys about, sort of, you know, take in the moment, enjoy the moment, but don't forget there's a game to be played and a game to be won out there today?
Well, I think the guys have taken it upon themselves. You know, that we gotten off to kind of a slow start. We're going to turn around today. It starts right now with the Seattle Mariners, and it starts with Brian Moeller starting the first ever start in Comerica Park. So we're all kind of looking forward to it. We've got some guarded optimism, and you know, we're just so excited. It's just an honor to be a small kind of part of what's going on here.
Todd, thanks. We appreciate your time. Hope you get your first save today here at Comerica Park.
Thank you very much.
Todd Jones, stay with us. So we've got more ahead. Our coverage of Opening Day 2000 on Fox Sports Net rolls right along. The opening ceremonies, the introduction of the players and the dignitaries follows this break from the new home of the Tigers.
Unrivaled connectivity to the arts and entertainment, science and medicine, industry and education. Wayne State University, a comprehensive national research university entering a new era of greatness. 200,000 alumni already know, and 32,000 students are learning. Wayne State University is the intellectual hub of Metro Detroit. Connect to us. Call toll-free 877-WSU-INFO or visit us at wayne.edu.
What happens when you question everything? 3 great wireless companies can become one even better wireless company. Simple, affordable, national. Bell Atlantic Mobile, AirTouch Cellular, and PrimeCo have become Verizon Wireless. Join in.
Just as we hoped, the snow has stopped. There's an occasional flake along the way, but there will be baseball. It is the 100th home opener for the Detroit Tigers. 10 new stadiums have opened since 1989 in baseball. The home teams have only won 4 of those 10. We hope that the Tigers turn that about. Let's go up to the public address announcer here at Comerica Park. Here's Dan York. All right, some mix-up in our communications. Dan York is about to get the opening day festivities going. Ernie Harwell will be your host. The first discussions about building a new home of the Tigers started way back in 1948. At that time, they thought they might build a baseball stadium out at the State Fairgrounds at 8 Mile and Woodward. Those talks sort of revived again in the late 1960s and the 1970s. Those were sort of tabled again until the 1990s when the baseball fans of the city of Detroit who wanted to keep the team at Tiger Stadium had something to say about the construction of a new ballpark, and gradually the team which wanted to build a new stadium, the city of Detroit which wanted to build a new stadium, and those fans ironed out the details to the point that ground was broken here along Woodward Avenue just across the street from the Fox Theater, and Comerica Park began to rise up out of the ground. A little more than $300 million it took to build this new baseball palace in the game. Tigers trying to turn about a season that has gone 1-5. It's the 3rd straight year that the Tigers have opened their season with a victory, but Detroit, being one of the northernmost teams in all of baseball, traditionally will start on the road, and that is always a struggle. So the Tigers have started well on the road, but they haven't had much success after that as they've returned home. And so, buoyed by the excitement and the enthusiasm for Tiger baseball again surrounding Comerica Park, the Tigers hope to get their 2000 season back on track, because this is a season that started with such great optimism. A new manager, a new superstar, and a new ballpark. Now, here's Dan York.
It's my honor to introduce to you a man now in his 61st year of broadcasting and his 40th year of calling Tigers baseball. A member of the Baseball Hall of Fame. He is a legend in his field and a friend to us all. Ladies and gentlemen, our master of ceremonies for the opening of Comerica Park, Ernie Harwell.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to a new chapter in Tigers history and to this glorious new home for baseball, Comerica Park. Today we step into history to witness the dream of Major League Baseball being played on this field in this remarkable new facility. Comerica Park redefines what a day at the ballpark means, offering unique amusement and entertainment features for fans of all ages. Comerica Park is now the standard to which all other sports and entertainment venues will be measured. While we embark on our new journey into the future, today signifies another important step in the resurgence of our wonderful city. Comerica Park is an exciting example of what vision, cooperation, and commitment together can achieve. There are many individuals who have contributed to this project, and today we thank all of them. We must remember the financial and project support from the Michigan Strategic Fund, now known as the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, the City of Detroit Downtown Development Authority, and the Detroit-Wayne County Stadium Authority. Without their dedication and support, the dream of a new ballpark could not have been realized. To those organizations and their members, the Tigers and their fans say thank you. We're pleased to have special guests with us today to celebrate the opening of Comerica Park. And before we begin, I'd like to introduce Rochelle Anderson. Rochelle has joined us representing Deaf Options Incorporated, and she will be signing our pregame ceremony for the deaf and the hard of hearing community. Our first guest became Michigan's 46th governor in November of '90. He joined us for the groundbreaking of this ballpark in October 1997. It's only fitting that Governor Ingler join us for this historic first game at Comerica Park. Please welcome Michigan Governor John Ingler.
Thank you, Ernie. I'm honored to be part of this great day for the city of Detroit, the people of Michigan, and the game of baseball. A new field of dreams called Comerica Park has arrived at last to continue the proud tradition of a beloved stadium across town that brought joy and memory to Michigan residents for nearly a century. On April 20th, 1912, the first ever game was played at Tiger Stadium, which was then called Navin Field. From that day, 88 years ago, until last September, many thousands of games were played at the corner of Michigan and Trumbull, and more than 100 million fans came to watch. Today, with one game and 40,000 fans, Tiger baseball begins a new era, opening a new century and a spectacular new park. There have been no runs, hits, or errors here yet. No bloop singles, ground rule doubles, stand-up triples, or game-winning home runs. But there will be. There have been no swinging bunts, no head-first slides, no strikeouts of the side, no sensational catches, bullseye throws, or aerobatic double plays. But there will be. There have been no 100-win seasons, American League pennants, or World Series championships celebrated here, but there will be. Thank you, Mike Ilitch, and the entire Ilitch family for your dedication to Detroit, your exciting vision of the 21st century for the Tigers organization, and thank you for building such a fan-friendly ballpark. Ty Cobb, the greatest Tiger of them all, once said, "The crowd makes the ball game." As such a magnificent showcase for America's pastime, Comerica Park will be home to great crowds and ball games for a long, long time. Congratulations.
Our next guest is leading the revitalization of Detroit. Dennis Archer was elected to his first term as mayor in 1993, and like the governor, he was on hand 2.5 years ago when we broke the ground here, and he's back for another Tigers opening day, the first opening day at Comerica Park. Please welcome Mayor Dennis Archer.
Ernie, thank you very much. Today, we don't have the sun and the warm weather we're going to have later this year. But as mayor, this day and this moment makes me extremely proud. I am delighted to welcome everyone to the city where dreams come true. For many years, the Tiger organization had dreams of a new stadium in Detroit, one that would preserve the rich history and tradition of the Detroit Tigers franchise while offering all of the modern conveniences and amenities that fans of the Tigers deserve. The people of Detroit have also had big dreams. We've longed to see our city reestablished as a place where anyone would enjoy shopping, sightseeing, visiting a restaurant or a sports bar, going to the theater, or enjoying a Major League Baseball game, not to mention being a great place to live and work. With the opening of Comerica Park here in the year of 2000, a lot of dreams are coming true. Today, we can feel the energy and excitement of a vibrant downtown that the ballpark is helping to bring back. The new investment already is going to the surrounding area will create a Detroit entertainment district like we've never seen before. Walking to Comerica Park through downtown will help many of us rediscover Grand Circus Park, Harmony Park, Brush Park, the Central Business District, the Cultural Center, and the riverfront. I want to congratulate Mike Ilitch and his family, John McHale, and the Detroit Tigers on delivering a fantastic ballpark on time to the people of Detroit. I want to thank the architects, the construction managers, the contractors, the skilled tradespeople who put their best work into building Comerica Park. I want to thank Detroit Wayne County Stadium Authority and other governmental agencies for their hard work, and the state of Michigan deserve our thanks for participating in the infrastructure financing for Comerica Park. Thanks to everyone who believed in Comerica Park. The dream is reality. The pride is back in the city of Detroit. Now, go Tigers!
Our next speaker has served as Wayne County Executive since 1987. Born and raised in Detroit, he joined forces with the mayor, the governor, and countless others in forming coalitions to help make Comerica Park a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, Ed McNamara.
Good afternoon. You know, it seems like 100 years ago that Mike Duggan and Coleman Young and the Monahans met to talk about a new stadium. And we just couldn't put it together, and a wonderful thing happened. We got a fellow by the name of Mike Ilitch that came along and acquired the Tigers, and the city of Detroit under Mayor Archer, and the state of Michigan under John Engler, and the Tigers were able to sit down and put together this massive job of financing and location and construction, and to build a stadium that pretty much is on budget and within the time limit. So it's a wonderful thing that has happened for Detroit, Wayne County, and the state of Michigan, and we're looking forward to that new neighbor that's coming pretty soon, the Detroit Lions. Thanks again for coming.
Our next guest was also in attendance at that groundbreaking in October of '97, and we are very honored that he has joined us again today. Please welcome to Comerica Park Baseball Commissioner Bud Selig.
Thank you, Ernie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am thrilled and proud to be here as the representative of Major League Baseball. Baseball today is in the midst of a powerful renaissance, much of which can be attributed to the construction of wonderful new ballparks such as Comerica Park. I know how difficult it was to get this done, and I salute Michael Ilitch and his family and the entire Detroit Tiger organization and its public partners for staying the course. It will be worth it. Not only have you guaranteed the continued success of one of baseball's most storied franchises, the Detroit Tigers, you will have, I believe, if the pattern of Baltimore and Cleveland and Denver holds true, brought about the resurgence of downtown Detroit. The construction of a downtown ballpark, we have learned, is good for the community, and this will be no exception. Comerica Park is a beautiful ballpark, and all of you who made this happen should be very proud. The Detroit Tigers, as one of the American League's charter franchises, is rich in history. The city resonates with the names of Ty Cobb, Hank Greenberg, Charlie Gehringer, Harry Heilman, Hal Newhouser, Harvey Keene, and of course the great Al Kaline, to name a few. I know Al is proud of Comerica Park, and I'm sure the others would be as well. On behalf of Major League Baseball, I congratulate the city of Detroit for a job well done.
We're pleased to have some other very important people with us, not only key members of the ballpark project, but others whose commitments have helped shape the game of baseball. First, we'd like to introduce a gentleman who is a native Detroiter, a fantastic Tiger fan, and the president of the National Baseball Hall of Fame, Dale Petrosky. We're pleased to welcome this next individual, a longtime Detroit resident. She's the widow of the Negro League legend, Turkey Stearns, who was voted into the Baseball Hall of Fame February 29th. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nettie Stearns. Next, the president and CEO of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, Doug Rothwell. The president and CEO of the Detroit Economic Growth Corporation, Beth Duncombe. The deputy county executive, Mike Duggan. The chairman, president, and CEO of Comerica Incorporated, Gene Miller. Now, members of this great family, which has given us this tremendous Comerica Park. Marion Illich. Denise Illich. Atanas Illich. Lisa Illich Murray. Chris Illich. Carol Illich Trepek. Ron Illich. And Michael Illich Jr. And now, folks, let's welcome back a group of 5 individuals who represent more than 1,300 players that have worn a Tiger uniform. Now, this group represents 7 decades of Tiger baseball and 65 years of service on the field. First, he was a pitcher for the Tigers from 1933 to 38, a member of the first World Championship Tiger team in 1935. He also played a key role with his moving comments in that closing ceremony at Tiger Stadium, and we are pleased that he's traveled here today to lend a hand in opening this brand new ballpark. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome number 13, Eldon Auker. Raised in Detroit, this Tiger played 15 seasons for Detroit from 1963 through 1977. A member of the Tiger World Championship team in '68, he'll always be remembered for throwing out the Cardinals' Lou Brock at the plate in that pivotal game number 5 of the '68 series. Please welcome number 23, Willie Horton. A member of baseball's Hall of Fame, he was a 10-time All-Star and an American League batting champion. In the 40s and 50s, he was a preeminent American League third baseman, and when his playing career ended, he became an outstanding Tiger broadcaster from 1959 through '97. Welcome number 21, George Kell. Our next player defined the spirit of the Tigers through his Hall of Fame career. One of only 3 players to play 20 seasons in a Detroit uniform. He entered the Hall of Fame in 1980 after hitting more than 308 times in his career, winning the 1955 batting title and collecting 3,007 career hits. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome a great player and an even greater man, number 6, Al Kaline. And finally, fans, we are thrilled that this gentleman could join us today. He guided the Tigers 17 seasons, leading them to a 1984 World Championship. He holds the Tigers' all-time record in wins with 1,331. He's the only manager to win a World Series title in both the American and National League, and we congratulate him on his pending induction into baseball's Hall of Fame, and we're pleased that our old friend could join us on this special day. Let's welcome number 11, Sparky Anderson. Fans, just over 6 months ago, we said our goodbyes to Tiger Stadium at that famous corner of Michigan and Trumbull. And during the pregame ceremony, a Tiger Stadium flag was lowered and passed from the flagpole in center field to home plate. Former Tigers representing over 70 years of baseball were on hand to pass that flag. As it reached home plate, former Tiger Eldon Orker presented it to the current Tiger catcher Brad Osmus, and it was announced that the flag would be raised on opening day at Comerica Park. Now today we will again pass the flag that represents 88 years of baseball at Tiger Stadium. In honor of the Tigers' former home at the corner of Michigan and Trumbull, the flag will be raised in center field by Orker and by Osmus, where it will fly for the first homestand here at Comerica Park. Here to participate in the passing of the flag are Tigers President John McHale Jr., Tigers General Manager Randy Smith, your 2000 Detroit Tigers, and representing the new era of Tigers baseball, which begins today, please welcome 9 area Little League players from southeastern Michigan.
As it was on the final day of Tiger Stadium, it'll be an emotional time. The flagpole in the outfield here at Comerica Park, as it was at Tiger Stadium, will be in play. That's a Detroit sporting tradition, and they've included that idea here at the new home of the Tigers. 88 years did the Tigers play at the corner of Michigan and Trumbull, and today they begin to play at the corner of Montcalm and Witherell, about a mile and a half or so from Tiger Stadium, still in downtown Detroit. That's so important to the people that run the Tigers, and certainly to the people that follow the Tigers, that the new home of the Tigers be right here in the city and not one of the suburban new complexes that we have seen in so many other parts of North America. So Comerica Park gets set to open. The fans continue to make their way into the ballpark. Ernie Harwell starting the procession to Al Kaline, and on we go. The flag that came down at Tiger Stadium will go up at Comerica Park from Horton to Kell to Anderson to the mayor to the governor and beyond. Out to the left center field area here at Comerica Park. The Ilitch family involved in the process as well. They so important to not only the development of this place, but really to the revitalization of downtown Detroit. And there is some talk that perhaps once Joe Louis Arena decides that it is no longer best serving the interests of hockey fans in Detroit, that a new arena will be built for them not far from here along Woodward Avenue. Bill Garner, at 50 years old, the brand new manager of the Tigers. He was a part of overachieving Milwaukee Brewers teams for so many years. Had only one winning season, but was looked upon really as a guy who got the most out of the players that he inherited. And that was what made him attractive to the Tigers when they decided to go in a new direction at the end of last season. There's Robert Fick, who had the memorable Grand Slam homer late in the Tigers' last game at Tiger Stadium, a victory over the Kansas City Royals, a home run that almost cleared the roof in right field, but amidst flash bulbs popping, Robert Fick enjoyed a moment that he will treasure always. An amazing season for Robert Fick, who lost his dad earlier in the season and came back to have a very nice year. Juan Gonzalez, certainly the new cornerstone of this Tigers team. The Tigers making the monster move in the offseason, a 9-player trade with the Texas Rangers to get that superstar that they felt they were lacking. The general manager of the Tigers, Randy Smith, really sort of mortgaging a piece of the future, but he has every intention of keeping Juan Gonzalez, who is only 30 years old, a part of the Tigers for many years to come. C.J. Nitkowski to Jeff Weaver, who will be a part of the future. There's young Mark Johnson getting his first taste of Major League Baseball. Shane Halter, a late spring training pickup of the Tigers. And there's Dean Palmer handing the flag off to the Commissioner of Baseball, Bud Selig, who has really turned the game around. He's incorporated a lot of the duties between the two leagues. Bud Selig sort of bringing baseball back to the fans a little bit. And under his leadership, new parks have gone up in Cleveland and in Seattle, and in Selig's own hometown of Milwaukee, they will open a new ballpark. San Francisco has Pac Bell Field, Enron Field in Houston. And there's Brad Ausmus and Eldon Walker, who were a part of the closing ceremonies at Tiger Stadium, and Mike Ilitch, the man responsible for a good deal of what we're witnessing here in downtown Detroit, looking on, very interested. I think there's a bond that formed between Ausmus and Walker. Brad, in his second tour of duty with the Tigers, was truly touched to be included in the closing ceremonies. Certainly the Tigers consider him a piece of their future. Eldon Walker, a treasured piece of the Tigers' past. And so the flag that celebrates the old Field of Dreams in Detroit, Tiger Stadium, will go up within the new Field of Dreams, Comerica Park. 1999, the final season of baseball at the corner, as we came to know it, the corner of Michigan and Trumbull, and all the warm, fuzzy feelings that we enjoyed there are now being transferred here. And all of those folks will be a part of the future of baseball in the city of Detroit, as well as the 40,000 people that will be on hand for this one. A lot of them sort of waited just a little bit to make their way into Comerica Park, a concession perhaps to the weather, and they're just now getting a sense of some of the emotion as Detroit's sporting history turns a page. The flag from Tiger Stadium will hang on the flagpole here at Comerica Park to release the first homestand. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays will follow the Seattle Mariners into the new home of the Tigers, and the Tigers looking to get their season turned about here. We almost forget sometimes that there is a game to be played once the opening ceremonies are complete. It'll be Brian Moeller starting for the Tigers against Freddie Garcia of the Mariners. Garcia, pitcher that the Mariners acquired in their huge previous offseason deal involving Randy Johnson. Detroit having gone 3-7 against the Mariners last year. 2-4 did they go against the Mariners in Seattle, 1-3 here in Detroit. There is a confidence, in spite of a rather disappointing start to the season, a confidence that this Tigers team will make some noise in the American League Central Division and perhaps even contend for the Central Division title against the Cleveland Indians and against the Kansas City Royals, who have a very nice young team, and against the against the Chicago White Sox, who will also be a factor, and the Minnesota Twins thrown into that mix as well. So the flag making its way up the flagpole. Certainly a part of Detroit's past is to have that flagpole in play here at their home.
Enjoy your wonderful new ballpark. It is only because of your support that we are able.
We have baseball still to come from Comerica Park. The conclusion of the opening day ceremonies and a lot of familiar faces. Our coverage of day one continues after this.
We feel what you feel.
We sweat.
We hope.
We strive.
We're fans.
We're your fans.
We're the United Automobile Workers and General Motors, making and donating the cars and trucks our U.S. Olympic team hopefuls need for the long road ahead.
Together, we're the team behind the team.
You gotta have hope. You gotta have hope. Without hope, life is meaningless.
When the owners of Tormina's Pizza met to discuss their first TV commercial, they talked about being like the other guys. You know, cute, funny commercials. But they decided to focus on the facts.
We use only the best ingredients, just like Grandma Tormina did over 50 years ago. Our large pizza is 24 inches. That's 3 times the competition.
With one item only $15.99. Facts are facts. If you want bigger, better pizza, call 1-888-24-DELIVER for Tormino's Pizza near you.
I think we've got it.
The professionals at N.A. Mann's Building Centers have become an important part of every community we service for the last 100 years. If you're a professional builder, contractor, or remodeler, or a homeowner who likes to do things yourself, let us help you complete your projects in a cost-effective and timely manner. Meet us and see why we are the people to trust when you want your project done right the first time.
N.A. Mann's Building Centers. Come build a lasting relationship with us.
It is the first opening day here on Fox Sports Net, and we couldn't be any happier about that. They only had 31,227 to see the Cleveland Indians beat Detroit back in April of 1957. And the general manager at the time, Spike Briggs, says, I won't say television killed us, but we won't televise next year's opener. Of course, the Briggs family changed their tune eventually, and television has been a big part of opening day in the city of Detroit for many, many years. And we're thrilled that it's here on our air on Fox Sports Net. You remember that the last game played in the city of Detroit started at 4 o'clock. It was at Tiger Stadium, and the temperature at game time was 84 degrees. It is considerably less than that for the next game in the city of Detroit as the Tigers get set to play their first game at Comerica Park. You see some of the players wearing masks to sort of shield themselves from the elements as much as possible. Those may be left behind as some of the emotion and the adrenaline kick in and the guys warm up just a little bit. Now the Seattle Mariners, the visitors, are going to be introduced, and let's rejoin public address announcer Dan York.
John Halama. Number 55, Gil Mesh. Number 49, Jose Mesa. Number 50, Jamie Moyer. Number 36, Jose Paniagua. Number 53, Arthur Rhodes. Number 33, Frank Rodriguez. Number 22, Kazuhiro Sasaki. Number 30, Aaron Seeley. The catchers, number 17, Tom Lampkin. Number 9, Joe Oliver. Infielders, number 1, Charles Gibson. Outfielders, number 23, Raul Ibanez. Number 28, Stan Javier. And number 47, John Mabry. The Mariners training staff includes head trainer Rick Griffin and assistant trainer Tom Newberg. The Mariners coaches, number 10, Larry Boa. Number 7, John McLaren. Number 12, John Moses. Number 29, Gerald Perry. Number 35, Brian Price. And number 15, Matt Sinatro. And now the Mariners starting lineup. First, Seattle's manager entering his 8th season as the Mariners skipper, number 14, Lou Piniella. And now the starting lineup. Leading off, the left fielder, number 4, Mark McLemore. Batting second, the center fielder, number 44, Mike Cameron. Hitting third, the shortstop, number 3, Alex Rodriguez. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 5, John Olerud. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 11, Edgar Martinez. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 19, Jay Buhner. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 25, David Bell. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 6, Dan Wilson. And batting ninth, the third baseman, number 8, Carlos Guillen. Pitching for the Mariners, number 34, Freddie Garcia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your 2000 Detroit Tigers. First, the reserve pitchers, number 14, Matt Anderson. Number 20, Willie Blair. Number 26, Doug Brocail. Number 50, Seth Greisinger. Number 46, Mark Johnson. Number 59, Todd Jones. Number 30, Dave Malecki. Number 27, C.J. Nitkowski. Number 23, Hideo Nomo. Number 28, Danny Patterson. Number 37, Jim Poole. Number 55, Sean Runyon. And number 36, Jeff Weaver. The Tigers reserve catcher today, number 18, Rob Fick. The infielders, number 9, Damian Easley. Number 17, Shane Halter. The outfielders, number 19, Juan Gonzalez. Number 29, Wendell McGee. And now the Tigers trainers and clubhouse staff. Head trainer, Russ Miller. Assistant trainer, Steve Carter. Clubhouse manager, Jim Schmeichel. Assistant clubhouse manager, John Nelson. Clubhouse assistant, Tyson Steele. Bullpen catcher, Rod Nesset. And the Tiger coaches, number 48, Bill Madlock. Number 32, Doug Mansolino. Number 15, Bob Melvin. Number 13, Lance Parrish. Number 10, Juan Samuel. 00, Denny Tapp. And number 31, Dan Warthen. And now the Tigers starting lineup. First, Detroit's manager. Entering his first season as the Tigers skipper, number 33, Phil Garner. And now our starting lineup. Leading off for the Tigers, the designated hitter, number 22, Luis Polonia. Batting second, the second baseman, number 21, Greg Jeffrey. Batting third, the left fielder, number 4, Bobby Higginson. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 44, Tony Clark. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 12, Brad Ausmus. Batting sixth and playing third base, number 7, Dean Palmer. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 24, Kareem Garcia. Batting eighth, the center fielder, number 34, Juan Encarnacion. And batting ninth, the Tigers shortstop, number 8, Davy Cruz. Pitching for the Tigers in their first ever game at Comerica Park, number 38, Brian Moeller. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the giant American flag in center field, we're pleased to welcome over 250 members of the Comerica Park construction team. We salute the thousands of men and women involved in the building of this glorious new facility. At this time, we direct your attention to the area behind the pitcher's mound for the presentation of America's colors. Presenting the colors is the 127th Wing Honor Guard from Selfridge Air National Guard Base, under the command of Brigadier General Thomas G. Cutler. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your caps and join Detroit's own 5-time Grammy Award-winning group, the Winans, as they honor America with the singing of our national anthem.
America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The liquid fireworks celebrating the closing of the opening ceremonies here at Comerica Park. As rains go, well, it's a nice, gentle rain, but unfortunately, that's not the kind of day we had in mind when they began planning the first day of Comerica Park's existence, a matchup between the Tigers and the Mariners. It's certainly not enough to cause any sort of postponement. It's just a bit uncomfortable in terms of watching or even playing a baseball game. Mariners come in 4-2 this season. The Tigers 1-5 this season. But Brad Ausmus said it yesterday. They just think that they had their early season slump a little bit earlier than they'd like. There remains a confidence about this group, a confidence that began at the instant that Bill Garner was hired in October of last year. The Tigers went out and they got their man. Garner was the guy that they felt they needed to sort of bring some presence to them. You see the owner of the Tigers, Mike Ilitch, making his way out of the field, greeting some of his employees, members of the Detroit Tigers, some of his most well-paid employees, and certainly some of the most celebrated employees in the city of Detroit. The owner of the Tigers joined by a handful of youngsters at home plate. Certainly he has to be basking in this moment. You may have noticed that he was really not a part of the opening ceremonies. He is a very private individual. He doesn't particularly like to sort of toot his own horn, but this is clearly his day, and you know deep in his heart of hearts he is enjoying this immensely. It was a long and arduous task to get this ballpark built in this town amidst the circumstances going on in this city right now, but Mike Ilitch, not a man afraid to buck long odds. He's done that very well, having brought the Red Wings back from the dead to the point that they won 2 Stanley Cups in 3 years and are on the verge of contending for their 3rd cup in 4 years. Perhaps preparing to make some remarks to the gathered throng, and there aren't any empty seats to be had. By the time the opening ceremonies were about halfway complete, all of the seats here at Comerica Park were filled. Let's listen in now to the owner of the Tigers, Mike Ilitch. No, okay. He's not going to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we direct your attention to the area in front of home plate, where standing is Tigers owner Mike Ilitch.
This is for the Detroit fans, all the suburban fans, the state of Michigan. This is a new generation for all baseball and the future. 4 out. Wait a minute. Go ahead, first pitch.
Well, he's having them do it.
That's good.
Representing the future and young Tiger fans everywhere, we are pleased to welcome Maggie DeWalt, 9 years old, of Hamtramck, and Jack Barthwell of Detroit, throwing out the first pitch ever here at Comerica Park. The baseball used for this ceremonial first pitch is the same ball that was used for the ceremonial last pitch during the closing ceremonies at Tiger Stadium.
At the insistence of the Tigers owner, the kids sort of jumped their cue a little bit, but as always, the first pitch of the season was a strike. We're happy that the first pitch of the season does not involve a snowball. It is sprinkling a little bit, is spitting a little bit, but this will not get in the way of the holiday that is baseball here in the city of Detroit. A holiday that began with rather ominous skies early this morning, but slowly and surely baseball's fandom here in the city of Detroit began collecting along Woodward Avenue, and they're all in their places for the first baseball game ever, for truly history here in the city of Detroit. They began making their way in. The field was prepared, souvenirs in hand, and greats watching over the field. The Tigers of 2000 get set to take on the Mariners of 2000. That's it for the pregame show. Stay right there. Josh Lew and Kirk Gibson. The Tigers and the M's are next.
What happens when you question everything? 3 great wireless companies can become one even better wireless company. Simple, affordable, national. Bell Atlantic Mobile, AirTouch Cellular, and Crime Code have become Verizon Wireless. Join in.
unrivaled connectivity to the arts and entertainment, science and medicine, industry and education. Wayne State University, a comprehensive national research university entering a new era of greatness. 200,000 alumni already know, and 32,000 students are learning. Wayne State University is the intellectual hub of Metro Detroit. Connect to us. Call toll-free 877-WSU-INFO or visit us at wayne.edu.
Test your Sports IQ nightly. Sports Geniuses, weeknights at 6 and 11 on Fox Sports Net. The following is a special presentation of Fox Sports Net. The purity of sport is based in its history, years of hope, decades of determination, all packaged in endless summer afternoons spent rooting for your heroes. So few big league cities can boast of history like Detroit's, where baseball tradition runs as deep as the center field at Tiger Stadium, where those who've created over a century of memories respect the game. And although we've closed out the last 100 years in grand style, now it's time to embrace a new era.
3, 2, 1.
I think the most special thing about this season is the new stadium.
You know, when we get 40,000 people in that ballpark, it's going to be pretty electric.
Juan Gonzalez, deep drive, left field, goodbye. Play at the plate. Tigers have won it.
I'm looking at this to be a big year. It's going to be really exciting and very special.
Every opening day is special, but this year is different. The time has come to begin a new chapter in Tigers history.
The ribbon is cut, and the gates are open. The players, well, they're ready, and the fans absolutely stoked to see what happens next. It's the birth of a ballpark and the continuing renaissance of an awfully proud city. It is opening day at Comerica Park here in Detroit, Michigan. It's the Tigers and the Seattle Mariners. And a very special welcome on a very special day. Josh Lewin along with Kurt Gibson. It goes without saying, it is distinctly a pleasure to be here today. I know you, for one, Mr. Gibson, are pretty excited.
Well, it's awesome. I know the weather is, threatening us a little bit. It's just old Tiger Stadium, shedding a tear or two. But I feel just a lot of historic tradition. Detroit, state of Michigan. This is awesome in a new home.
There's a lot to look back to. We'll do a little bit of that today. There's so much to look forward to. But living in the present, it is still 90 feet between the bases. It's still 60 feet 6 inches between home plate and the pitcher's mound. But there are some things that are going to maybe take some getting used to. They're called the ground rules here at Comerica Park.
That's right. There's bats, there's balls, there's walls. And let's take a look at some of the new features right here. You can see the dugout feature. If you catch the ball out and walk in, that's an out. If you catch it inside, it's out of play. If the ball is thrown into the dugout area down here, it is 2 bases. Now, one of the unique features here is that we're going to go out in the outfield. You see where the camera cutout is here? No other ballpark has that. If it goes off the camera, home run. If it goes in the camera well, home run. And they're probably going to put a plexiglass across there in the near future. And you see there's the one in left field also. Now when you get out here to the center field wall, umpires are going to have to really get on their horse here, because this wall here, it could bounce off back onto the field and look like a double. The umpire's going to have to get out and get a good prospectus like that. If it's on the light part, it is a home run. If you look at the flagpole right here, you're going to see the ring. When there's padding below the ring, if it hits the ring or below, it balls in play. If it hits the ring or the padding and bounces out, home run.
All right, I think we got all that. There's going to be so much as we take the gift wrap off of this beautiful package to really discover about this place. And I think part of the joy of that, Gibby, as we go along, more and more little idiosyncrasies will pop up that maybe we never even thought of yet.
Well, it is going to be incredible. There are a lot of angles. We'll show them throughout the telecast today. I know the commissioners here, the umpires' representatives are here, and they're going to kind of review the game as it goes along, and they'll be able to really lock in on these ground rules and get them specific and realize what's best for the game.
Well, the weather you mentioned was an issue this morning. There was snow around Detroit when it got up today. They did an awesome job of clearing the field about 7 or 8 a.m. this morning. They were hoping that the temperatures would rev up there to somewhere in the mid-40s. That never happened. It's 38 degrees right now, but we are certainly playing ball.
And, you know, it's funny because what they did to get the snow off the field is they watered the outfield. And everybody say, well, wait a minute, what are you watering the outfield for? That's the beauty of this new stadium. They've got a lot of sand in the outfield area, and they were able to go ahead and put water on there. It melted the snow. They feel the field's going to drain. And anyway, they don't care about the outfielders. They only care about the infielders.
You're taking a look now, not at the Tigers taking the field quite yet, but Little Leaguers taking the field from Detroit, from Hamtramck, from Bloomfield Hills, from Birmingham. They've come from all over. And they are the first ones to take the Comerica Park infield and outfield. I think a nice touch, Gibby, to welcome in the new era, a new chapter of Tigers baseball. It's got to begin with the youngsters out there. They will now be joined by the men who would be Tigers, the actual Detroit Tigers, joining them right now on the field.
Well, I tell you what, Mr. Ilitch and the Tigers organization has put a lot of thought to this whole opening day, and you can see he's trying to connect the corner to Comerica, the old generations to the future generations. And here you see the little youngsters from all over the little leagues and get a chance to come out here and christen the new ballpark.
Well, we mentioned it is 38 degrees last we heard anyway here at Comerica Park. The wind was shooting in just about a half an hour ago. It's now more of a swirling wind out there. And you see the guys are bundled up. Let's take a look at the lineups. First for the Seattle Mariners, Mark McLemore will be the first man ever to hit at Comerica Park. The second man's got a camera right there in his name, appropriately, Mike Cameron. Yeah, there will be a lot of people taking pictures today. Alex Rodriguez at short, John Olerud and Edgar Martinez. Jay Buhner in right, David Bell at second, Buddy Bell's son. Dan Wilson is the catcher. Carlos Guillen, acquired in the Randy Johnson trade a couple of years ago. He is the third baseman for the Seattle Mariners, who were supposed to play here yesterday. If all went well, it would have been the Tigers and Brian Moeller against the Mariners on April 10th instead of April 11th. The Mariners had some tough travel. That's why the game months ago was bumped to today. Let's scout out Brian Moeller, Gibby, courtesy of Pepsi.
Well, we're going to take a look at Brian Moeller. It's his first start. He had 3 earned runs in 6 innings. This is his 100th career start. Let's cue that VCR again. It seems like he started that final game at Tiger Stadium. Now the first at Comerica Park. He'll want to put that on his highlight reel for his career.
And it's interesting to look at the background behind Brian Moeller as he warms up. It's certainly not what we're accustomed to seeing in Tiger Stadium. There will be several new looks. No question about it as we get used to things here. Tony Clark will get used to the bundled up look for him and some of his teammates today. 38 degrees right now. He is the Tiger first baseman. Greg Jeffries hasn't played much second base. He's in for the injured Damian Easley. Jeffries just 7 innings at second base in his last couple of years. Dean Palmer's at third. And you know, he's been there, done that. Davey Cruz, the Tiger shortstop, off to a fairly decent start, hitting .304. You go out to the outfield, and a guy who is embarrassed about the way he started out, Bobby Higginson, hitting just .208, but primed to turn that around quickly. Juan Encarnacion has had his problems in center field so far on the road. He'll be joined out there by Kareem Garcia in right. Brad Ausmus is the catcher. And Brian Moeller will once again begin the personal tribute to his late father, Fred. Brian Moeller says his dad would have loved a day like today. He's not here. But there are thousands of fathers and sons ready to make their own indelible memories right now with the first pitch ever thrown at Comerica Park. It'll be Mark McLemore to see it. Anticipation gives way to reality right here. Strike one called by a native Detroiter, Rick Reed, behind the plate. And Rick Reed, by the way, switched with a couple other umpires to make sure he could be here today. A guy that grew up in the 6 Mile and Gratiot area. He and his friends used to sneak into Tiger Stadium.
He snuck in here for today's opener.
McLemore pounds one to left center. And Encarnacion sailing back. Makes the catch. And on a day of firsts, we'll try and record them all. The first out nestles into the glove of Juan Encarnacion.
You know, it is a day of first, and you know, right here, the first out, you heard the first game cheer, Josh, and we kind of all remember. I was kind of reflecting on how it used to sound in Tiger Stadium. It's going to be interesting to kind of take in the sounds of Comerica Park. Fans all excited right here. You see all the guys all bundled up. The game goes on. City of Detroit moves on. Nobody wanted this game canceled today, and you can see with the full packed house.
Moeller to Cameron for strike one on the outside corner. And if you are scoring at home, the first pitch was delivered at 1:17 in the afternoon. That's not normally something you'd put in your scorebook, but again, a day of first today. And Brian Moeller dealt that first pitch. Another strike from Moeller to Cameron.
Well, break a ball right there, a little flat. Going to be a little tricky to get a good grip on that ball in this cold weather.
That ball peeled away, and hey, Mark, this is the first foul ball. Who's going to get it? About midway up in that lower seating bowl. Congratulations. You got it, sir.
You got to take a pen right there, right now, claim your fame, put the date and time, and at the first, a foul ball.
Wind still whistling in here at Comerica Park, and the 1-2, a check swing taken down too low. Well, I hope you got a chance to see the pregame ceremonies. The flag passed back out there to the flagpole, went through all the Tigers, some of the older members of the Tigers too, including guys like George Kell, Willie Horton, Eldon Walker was here. Bouncing ball, Davy Cruz kicks it right to Jeffries, who will have no play. Well, defense has been such a big problem starting out this 2000 season for the Tigers. They've allowed 12 unearned runs already, and that should be the first error at Comerica Park.
Well, again, you're talking about first. This is the first really game ground ball Davy Cruz has got to witness, and the ball comes up on him a little bit. That infield grass is very soft, very mushy, very plush. Looks like it wouldn't hit the dirt right there. Gained a lot of top spin, jumped up on him. Davy unable to handle it.
By the way, when that first pitch was delivered to Mark McLemore a few minutes ago, you might have noticed that pitch was escorted out of play. We'll have more on the whereabouts of that pitch for you a little bit later on. But Brian Schmeichel, the son of Jim Schmeichel, the longtime Tigers clubhouse man, actually playing hooky today from the University of Dayton to make sure that he could be here. He was the bat boy that was charged with running out and securing that first ever pitch baseball.
Maybe he can get some cliff notes on his classes today.
Well, he just got a permission note from his dad as Alex Rodriguez takes inside. Yeah, Brian Schmeichel made about a 4-hour drive from Dayton, Ohio. Said he wouldn't have missed this for anything. Down and in again, kind of a nice poetic aside that Rick Reed is the guy calling balls and strikes for us today. He said he used to get in tugs of war over the uniform number 6 in Little League, Al Kaline's number. Had to have it. And he said he had to be back for this today. There's a strike to Rodriguez.
Well, I asked Rick Reed if he could remain impartial, and he said, well, yeah. And I said, well, when did you really get to that in your umpiring career? And he said, well, when the first guy who I used to look up to told me I wasn't doing a good job. And he said, that happened a long time ago. I said, that wasn't me, was it? He said, I always felt that our relationship was somewhat professional.
No, he said back in 1956, he came to his first Tiger game, saw Jim Bunning against Whitey Ford. And it was all Yankees that day, but he remembers staying through the 9th inning to see Kaline hit a grand slam. Something he still remembers 44 years later.
Got him! Yes, he did!
Some of the Mariners are hollering for a balk, but that call wasn't coming, and Mike Cameron is picked off.
Now watch that front shoulder. Cameron obviously going on that play. There you see, he's a dead duck. This is kind of a ducky day.
So the base is clear, and it's 2-1. Make it 3-1 now to Alex Rodriguez.
Well, right now, 3-1, Brian Moeller behind with the new ballpark, that big 395 and 420 center field. Here's a time when you can challenge them and hope your outfielders can run it down.
And as that one is sliced out of play, that's among the things that we'll be talking a lot about. The differences between Tiger Stadium and Comerica Park. The vast expanses out there, especially in left center. Somebody remarked today it was both expensive and expensive to get this done. 3-2 tag down the right field line and heading out of play.
Well, if you're an outfielder, again, talking about the big park, what are you going to do? Looks like Bobby Higginson and Juan Encarnacion are going to play a little deeper. Here you see him out here. You're going to want to be able to cover this gap. But what you really is going to make you do is pay attention to your scouting report. You're going to have to know your hitter. If a guy is not capable of hitting it out there, you don't want to stay deep.
Mashed over to third. Palmer backing up. He fumbles it. Well, on a very raw day, 38 degrees when we began. So far, the Tiger infielders having a tough time surrounding those baseballs.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if the same thing happens to Seattle right here. Again, this ball just bounces up to Dino. It looks like his glove's like a little hard. You know, it's a little chilly, maybe frozen. And that is true. It's not going to be as soft, the leather, as it normally is. See, this ball hits the dirt. It's a different texture for him. Nevertheless, Davey and Dino know they should both have had those easy ground balls.
So the Tigers commit errors on the back-to-back hitters. Cameron and Rodriguez both reach. Cameron again was picked off. Rodriguez now the runner for John Olerud, who was a dynamite Tiger Stadium hitter.
If you look at this Seattle Ball Club, Josh, it's built for the new Safeco field. John Olerud, more of a gap hitter, has the big outfield out there also. Let's Lou Piniella manage the game of baseball.
That one catches the corner. It's 1-1 now. To the native of Washington State, he decided to return home, signed as a free agent away from the Mets. Olerud tags one. That's heading towards the right field corner. And it short hops off the wall. Here comes Rodriguez to third. He's being held as it's played back.
Got him at third. Nope.
They're going to try it. Safe there. So it's a double for Olerud. And the third base coach, Larry Boa, who was actually a very daring base runner in his day, decided, you know what, it's too cold to get my superstar into a home plate collision and too early in the year. So it'll be second and third, 2 out.
Well, Olerud with a bullet down in the right field corner. Kareem Garcia actually gets to it very well. Good relay. It looks to me, Josh, like the field, because you haven't played on it, it's not really compacted down into game condition right now. It looks like the footing might be a little treacherous.
Well, it goes as the first base hit in the history of this ballpark. They've already removed the ball, put it in the Tiger dugout. And it will be held for safekeeping. John Olerud is a man who gets credit. It'll go right in the baggie.
Keep it dry.
It will be offered to the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, by the way. And hopefully it's a base hit, although headed to the Hall of Fame that will not do any damage here. Edgar Martinez comes up with runners at second and third. We're just getting going here, literally, at Comerica Park. First game ever.
Well, Brian Moeller has to find a way to get out of this. Edgar Martinez, tough hitter, good contact hitter. You got to decide. You got a base open. Jay Buhner on deck. You see Edgar with a pretty good career average versus Brian Moeller.
Check swing, and the pitch missed. Down and outside. 3-1. The count to the dangerous Edgar Martinez. And he's one of the few real holdovers, Gibby. You know, this is the Tigers' first home game in forever, not at Tiger Stadium. This is Seattle's first road game in forever without Ken Griffey Jr. So they're making adjustments too. In the air, right center. Kareem Garcia with Encarnacion. It's Garcia, and that's the inning. And Garcia throws that baseball up behind the bullpens. That'll be a nice souvenir for somebody. This was the first base hit at Comerica Park, and there's no score.
Ba 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 ba. You shine.
Beep ba ba bing bang.
Ba ba ba
No,
ba.
I don't know.
You've got it there, but you've got to feel it here.
Joy of living, joy of life, joy of laughing, joy of sight, joy of cola in your life. Ba 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 ba.
She's got it.
It slammed headlong into conventional wisdom. It stamped the terms V10 and Magnum Power indelibly on the face of truckdom. It kicked open the door to the next generation of pickups and made such an impression that today, this is all you have to see to know what's behind it. Dodge Ram. Different.
Hey, pizza for Bob. You know, all day long I make Little Caesars pizza, but I never actually get to see anybody enjoy them. Huh? Can you smell this? What do you think? It's good. You're not just saying that.
No, it's delicious.
I love you guys.
Now at Little Caesars, get 1, 2, 3 medium pizzas for only $12.99. It's pizza plus a pizza. 3 pizzas, 1 topping, only $12.99. Pizza.
I love this guy.
Well, the past has officially yielded the right of way to the present and the future. It's the first game at Comerica Park. It's underway. There's no score. Though the Tides have made a couple of errors. Let's see what they can do now at the plate. Checking the lineup, brought to you by Dodge. Luis Polonia DHing. You'll notice that Juan Gonzalez again misses out with that tender hamstring. Greg Jeffries into the game at second. Bobby Higginson, Tony Clark, and Brad Ausmus has been torrid lately. Dean Palmer's at third. Then Kareem Garcia, Juan Encarnacion, and Davy Cruz on what is now a 40-degree afternoon. Freddie Garcia is the starting pitcher for the Seattle Mariners, and a win today gives him 4 wins over the Tigers in 4 starts at 4 different ballparks.
Take a look at Freddie Garcia in our Pepsi pitching scouting report. Finished second in the Rookie of the Year race behind Carlos Beltran. 8-3 after the All-Star break last year, and 17 wins sets a record for a Venezuelan pitcher. Hard throwing, good curveball, and a changeup. So the one thing he hasn't had this year has been the good curveball.
Here's all Luis Polonia take up and outside. And the Seattle defense. We'll chronicle that for you momentarily as Polonia now takes a strike from Garcia. Kamara Barti had the last Tiger at bat at Tiger Stadium. Polonia gets the first Tiger AB here. And he belts one to center.
Get over his head.
Cameron drops it, and Polonia steaming around second.
First triple
of what should be many. Well, again on a day of firsts, it was almost the first spectacular catch in the history of this ballpark. But Cameron couldn't hold it. You mentioned, Gibby, on a day like today, those gloves don't close around the baseballs all that easily.
And also, Mike Cameron right here, what you don't do, you have never played in this park. He doesn't get a good jump on this ball. And you can see how he kind of bananas out after that ball, and he's unable to catch it up. And look at how much room's left behind him. And Luis Polonia running all the way out of the box. First triple of Comerica Park.
Greg Jeffries with a chance for the first RBI. Infield back, and the pitch too high.
Now this is something the Tigers have not done well at all so far in this season. You got a guy on third base, less than 2 outs. Got to have a good approach here, guys. Stay with it and drive the ball. Not looking for a ground ball here. We're looking for the ball to be driven.
Okay.
Like that.
the first in-game fountain firework display. It follows a Greg Jeffries RBI single. Vegas would have given you incredible odds in spring training on Greg Jeffries providing the first RBI at Comerica Park. He was not even supposed to make the team. He's the base runner. Higgins in the batter. And he skies it. Let's see if Cameron handles this one. He's loping in. And the wind pushing it away from him, but he finds it anyway.
Ball a little out of the zone for Higgy right there. You want to let that ball get down in on you a little bit.
You know, we've mentioned already, Kirk, how the weather, the wind, the cold should affect a lot of the hitters and the fielders today. The pitcher, Freddie Garcia, will be affected too, as again, they are babysitting the historic baseballs. There's Jim Schmeichel. And his son Brian helping him out. There's Brian, the cutter, cutting school down at Dayton today to be here with permission.
You know, I'm looking at all the Tigers. You know, they had that fad, everybody dyes their hair blonde.
Right.
They're all bandits today. What is this?
Los Bandidos, stay Detroit. Jeffries scurries back to first. Well, again, as you look at the, I guess, kind of Nanook fashion statement, Freddie Garcia, we should point out, has pitched only half a season ever professionally in cold weather. He was at Quad City on the border of Illinois and Iowa. And a swing and a miss by Clark. That was 3 years ago. But this is a guy who was born and raised in Venezuela, was pitching in the Astros system for most of his pro career. They've got a lot of warm weather minor league affiliates, so he's not completely used to 40 degrees and windy.
That was the change up there to Tony Clark. Remember what I said about the breaking ball? Hasn't had good command of it this year. So if he's a two-pitch pitcher, guys, make the adjustment. Do not look for that hook. Another change piece right there. If you've noticed, his fastballs have been up high. Greg Jeffries just hit a fastball. Luis Bologna just hit a fastball. Now, if you're Tony Clark, you got to say, wait a minute. My two teammates just hit two fastballs. He doesn't have a breaking ball. Maybe I should sit on that straight change or that fork ball. You got to protect against it right here with two strikes.
Got him. One upstairs this time with about 10 more miles an hour tacked on.
Well, it's exactly what happens right here. He gets the fastball. Like I said, it's up in the zone and out of the zone. Tony unable to connect with it. So if I'm Tony Clark, next time I come up the bat, I'm going to sit and take that off-speed pitch away. He hasn't been throwing that fastball for strikes.
Well, you saw the stat a moment ago. Garcia with 18 major league wins, 3 of them already against the Tigers. He's pitched exceedingly well against them. Osmus lines the first one foul, and there was a gasp from the crowd. They're not used to that screen going all the way up right behind home plate. There were some people sitting maybe 15 rows back, thought they were going to get it right between the eyes. That will not happen here. Osmus had a terrific road trip. One of few Tigers that did. He was 10 out of 22. There is some disappointment as the Tigers get back here, no question about it. The injuries to Damian Easley and Juan Gonzalez contributing to the team limping in to their new digs at 1-5.
Well, it doesn't help. You know, Juan wants to play today on a new park opening day in Detroit.
Jeffries diving back in. Well, Tigers president John McHale made the point earlier this morning in our extended pregame coverage that this is Detroit, Michigan. I think the populace here prides itself on being tough. There was no question that they were going to play this game today. The Yankees have postponed their home opener today against the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, I had a comment today. I was asking some people out around the stadium today. Do you think they should have postponed it? The guy said, "This isn't New York."
Well, it strikes me as the same people that would complain about the weather here. The same people go to the Silverdome and tailgate outside in 8-degree weather.
Well, but that's football. I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, you've got a coat on.
Narc.
I don't. I was going to say you've got gloves on, but so do I.
I went coatless for the first 15 minutes, but we all have our limits. 1-2, Buckles Austin's back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Tigers have the lead in the home opener. The 100th American League home opener for the Tigers, but only the second one away from Michigan and Trumbull. Line shot foul by Ausmus. You know, the other couple times, Davey, the Tigers opened a new home ballpark. They won both times. 1896, they beat those hated Columbus Senators 17-2, and then when Navenfield opened up, that of course later became Tiger Stadium. 1912, it was Tigers over Cleveland. Seattle has been imported for the first game today, and again we should repeat the fact that originally the game was supposed to be the traditional Monday opener, Monday, April the 10th. But because the Mariners played in Seattle yesterday afternoon, they can officially beg out of that.
Veto, and they did. They had the vote on it. They voted to go on Tuesday, and we were down here yesterday. It was gorgeous yesterday, but gorgeous today also, just a little rain.
Again, the 2-2, and again, sliced foul.
Now, Phil Garner's been talking about the Tigers thinking, pitchers watching, and if you watch right there, Freddie Garcia throws him that breaking ball. Brett Ausmus is really sitting all over it, and if you're the pitcher, you got to believe he's looking for that breaker, so you might think he's going to come back here with a fastball. In on the hands.
Yeah, and in too far, as a matter of fact. It's 3-2.
This is the kind of thing that Phil Garner's talking about to his club every single day. And that's what he wants his pitchers to understand. Look at Ausmus is sitting on that. He fouled it off. Don't throw him another breaking ball, because if you throw it and it's not in as good a position, it's going to cost you.
So it's been an 8-pitch at bat. Garcia and Brad Ausmus. Jeffries will get going. Scooped out of the dirt. Dan Wilson was able to reel it in, but that's ball 4, and the Tigers have 2 on.
Great at bat for Brad Ausmus. Freddie Garcia going to his 3rd pitch right there. The straight change. Brad had fought hard on the fastball and the breaking ball. Well, Tigers with men on 1st and 2nd, 2 down, and Dean Palmer with a chance to pad this 1st inning Tiger lead.
Palmer's got 3 home runs already. I'll give you the Detroit News Tribune the day after opening day back in 1912 reported on the Naven opener in very poetic terms. I'm wondering how the newspapers will read tomorrow. As Palmer lifts one out of play. This is what it was in the clipping from the News Tribune 88 years ago. It said the Tigers started out on the march across the field to the big flagpole in center, where the Stars and Stripes and the Board of Commerce flag were hoisted to the breeze. There was some roar as the flags went up. It made a hole in the atmosphere like a dozen Niagaras. And a lot of what they wrote 88 years ago we might see in play here today. Still got the flagpole, and you can simulate a dozen Niagaras with the fountains out there in center. That is not, by the way, the Tiger Stadium flagpole after much ado. That's a new one. Beaten on the ground foul, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Boy, Dino right there ahead in the count, looking for the fastball, got it. Real aggressive swing right there, unable to drive the ball. You know, as a hitter, you try and work yourself into good situations, and there you get it, and that's so hard to center a baseball.
Breaking pitch missing in. And now the Tigers will send 2 men in motion. The count full from Garcia to Palmer.
You take a look right here at Dan Wilson. This is the breaker. This is the flat one I'm talking about. Watch his glove, how he pulls it down. It's what you call a frame job. Watch the glove. This is what the umpire sees. See, you want to make it disappear like that?
Couple of blocks from Freddie Garcia. The bases are loaded for Kareem Garcia.
And I've been watching Freddie Garcia here, and he's getting a little frustrated right here. Let's take a look at this reaction. That's good news. Quite a few pitches here in the first inning, and this is how you work an opposing pitcher. You want to extend those innings, get base runners on base, move those infielders around. And you want a big pop from a guy like Kareem Garcia.
And Kareem Garcia was part of what was memorable from that last game at Tiger Stadium. Of course, Robert Fick had the grand slam, but the hero before that had been Kareem with an opposite field home run, rounding the bases, wearing Al Kaline's number 6. And Kaline, you may remember, had taken the field wearing a cap with NC inscribed on it to honor his late friend Norm Cash. Fick was the one who wore Cash's old number 25, and one of the most subtly beautiful footnotes of one of Detroit's most beautiful days was that. Up and in from Garcia to Garcia.
Kareem Garcia yesterday in batting practice, first batter and left-handed hitter to hit one out of the Comerica Park.
Took a rip at a change.
I think he was trying to just have a little single there.
I think he was shooting for the Pepsi porch out there.
I would agree.
Which, by the way, is going to be a dynamite place to stand around and watch a ball game. That's a strike carved over the outside corner. 1-2.
There's the porch right there. Anything above there? That's the Pepsi porch.
The 1-2. And we'll do it again after the hard foul.
And I can tell you, when you come to Comerica Park, you better bring your gloves if you're going to be sitting down there along the first and third base line, especially heading towards the outfield. The seats actually curve back, so you're looking back towards home plate. They're also skewed. Uh-oh, he balked.
He did balk with the bases loaded. And the Tigers have scored again. This is not what Freddie Garcia had in mind.
Nor Lou Piniella.
It's been an interesting first inning.
Well, let's take a look to see if we can see what he did. You cannot. He's in the set position. See right there? He knew it.
Way outside, it's 2-2. Garcia, again, just seems like he's struggling with the feel of the baseball more than anything else. That's not exactly a major upset on a 40-degree blustery afternoon. Again, Garcia yelping at himself as he's in danger of walking his third in a row with 2 outs.
Well, you got to believe it. It is tough for Freddie Garcia to grip the ball. The conditions, you can see the rain and sleet kind of filtering through, plus the frustration.
That's strike 3, and Garcia can't get off the mound quickly enough. A couple of strikeouts in the inning, sandwiched a couple of walks, but there were a couple of hits, and the first Tiger run. It is actually 2-0 Detroit at the end of the first inning.
Those who ponder the natural order of things might be surprised that under Intrepid's sleek form lies a spacious cabin, and shocked to discover that Intrepid generates 200 horsepower from a mere 2.7 liters. So are Dodge engineers acting in defiance of natural law? Or do they just see things in a different light? Now, after a $1,000 cash allowance, a well-equipped Intrepid starts at $20,230.
Get an inside look at the Red Wings run for the cup. Red Wings Weekly, Saturday mornings at 11.
If you're planning to build your first home or creating your ultimate dream home, your project begins with getting the right financing. The professionals at N.A. Manns understand new home construction financing and will help save you time, aggravation, and money. From a simple, low-cost financing process to expertise on how to plan and use our building materials, we'll see your project through.
N.A. Manns Building Centers. Come build a lasting relationship with us.
Time to expand your galaxy. Cosmic Bowl. Thunder Bowl Lanes features cosmic bowling. Book your own cosmic birthday party, corporate party, or just your next get-together. Afternoons, after school, after work, 7 days a week. Choose one of our party packages, including food, favors, and arcade fun. Thunder Bowl Lanes, fun for the whole family, located on Allen Road in Allen Park. Expand your galaxy. Cosmic Bowling. Call Kim at 313-928-4688 for information and reservations.
Work. The Last Word, weeknights at 6:30 and 11:30 on Fox Sports Net.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Net, brought to you by Comerica. We listen, we understand, we make it work. By Pepsi, the joy of cola. By Dodge, in a perfect world, everything would be different. And by Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete. You're looking at the main entrance at Comerica Park. When you first come in off that Witherell area, you encounter a tiger. It's 25 feet long, 15 feet high. You see Ernie Harwell's visage up there right under the neon Old English D.
Well, Ernie's voice hasn't changed, but the picture has a little bit.
Tigers are literally everywhere here, Gibby.
Now those tigers, I believe, go nuts when the Tigers hit a home run. Like to see that today.
It will take a healthy poke. Raw day with the wind blowing in. Jay Buhner, a feeble ground ball past the mound, and Muller's got to get over there and cover. And safe the call on a play that appeared to develop in slow motion, and Muller is hurt. Was he spiked, or did he hit the bag awkwardly? Steve Carter will run out from the third base side dugout, the Tiger dugout. One of the Tiger trainers will have a look. We'll take a look, too.
Little number off the end of the bat. Let's see Brian Muller. He's over it. You see, oh, he sprained his ankle, and Jay Buhner then stepped on it. That's not good news. Well, Brian Muller was a little late getting over there, and because of that, not able to get in ideal position on the bag.
Well, that happened in Oakland in Brian's last start, where Tony Clark was trying to lead him to the bag. Brian actually never saw the ball coming. It went for an error and led to one of a couple of unearned runs.
I tell you what, I don't know if it looked like he got it pretty good right there.
Well, the Tigers already holding Juan Gonzalez out of the lineup today for fear that this cold weather will further injure that hamstring. You know, Juan would love to be out there if he could, but he can't. Damian easily can't. He pulled a rib cage muscle.
Now that's his push-off foot. You take a look right here again. Now look right here. This is, you see his foot, it's already turning, and Buhner just steps on it and adds insult. That's the foot he pushes off with. Looks like he's going to try and go.
Well, Muller, as you mentioned, Gibby, the guy that started the last ever game at Tiger Stadium, it means a great deal to him to be out there in this, the first game at Comerica Park. And it would take something monumental to cart him off the field right now. He'll pitch through it.
Yep, he's going to do exactly that. You know, Brian Muller, he's a very tough competitor. You just hope that he doesn't do anything stupid here, try and pitch through something that maybe he shouldn't try and pitch through. This is how you sometimes can do that and injure some other part of your pitching necessities. Your arm, your shoulder.
David Bell, the batter. And Palmer, the third baseman, was yanked in on the grass thinking about a bunt. And that's another thing that we're still yet to really figure out fully here, Kirk, is how that infield grass is going to play. Will bunts stop dead, or will they continue to roll a little bit?
No, they're not going to roll on this grass right now. It's 3 inches. It will be cut down to 1.5 inches, and it's very thick.
Oh, Heather Nabosny has done a wonderful job, as she did in the final year at Tiger Stadium. The youngest groundskeeper in Major League Baseball, only female groundskeeper in Major League Baseball. It's 100% Kentucky bluegrass. It looks terrific.
With the right thing underneath it so it can grow to its best abilities.
That ball swept slowly towards Davy Cruz. He's got a hustle. He flings it across. He gets David Bell on the play. Buhner able to scoop to second. This particular part of the batting order for Seattle has never hit against Brian Moeller very well. Buhner, Bell, and Wilson, a combined 2 out of 32. So if there's a safety zone to be had for Moeller against a very tough Seattle team, this is it. Dan Wilson, a noted Tiger killer in the past. Tigers lead the game 2-0. They scored on a Jeffries single and then a Freddie Garcia balk in the bottom of the first. Now, by the way, throughout the day, we'll be going to our John Keating. He'll be around the ballpark on a virtual tour of the Tigers' new crib. We'll have some dignitaries with John and in the booth as well. Boy, we've got a lot to choose from. Everyone who's anyone seemed to be available today. Great to see George Kell come back.
Mel Skipper's around, I hear.
I heard that too. Saw him out there.
I'm gonna thump him.
You are?
I'm gonna thump him. We bring back some memories. As long as we're thinking about the old fella here, we might as well go ahead and I'll give him one right at his noggin.
All right, we'll see about that. Wilson takes a strike. We're talking about Sparky Anderson, who will be joining us in just a little bit. Of course, Sparky will be having a day in his honor, April 30th. That's Phil Garner's birthday, by the way, so a couple of managers will be getting, shall we say, some presents on April the 30th, a Sunday afternoon. That ball fired in for a strike, 2-2 from Moeller to the Seattle catcher, Dan Wilson. Slashed in a left, and that'll drop. Higginson scoops it up. It's going to be runners at the corners now, 1 out. This will be a lovely time to see how that infield plays. See a hard hit ground ball right at somebody, and we'll see if the Tigers can shake off the defensive rust. They've already committed 2 errors early in the game today.
Well, I can tell the field's playing very slowly today, and Bobby Higginson just picked that ball up and threw it in. You can see it wasn't a very good throw, and there actually was snow on that outfield only a couple of hours ago. So it's going to be very wet out there when you're an outfielder. You pick that ball up. Better hope you can get as much seam on that baseball as you can grab. Not going to be any close plays at the plate, I don't think.
Carlos Guillen takes strike 1 from Moeller.
Again, and the surface is much different than everybody's used to. You see Higgy kind of bobbles it a little bit, can't get a good grip. The hands are cold when you're an outfielder. You just jam it wherever you can to keep it warm. It looks like Higgy's got it in his pocket.
Moeller missing away, and the count level's 1-1. Higginson and Encarnacion in left and center will be a big part of how well the Tigers do at home this year. Again, all that real estate in left center. It's up to the 2 of them to patrol it. That ball twisted out of play, foul. I tell you, Gibby, it's neat to actually get here and look at left center with your own eyes. We've heard so much about it and wondered so much. It's 398 at its deepest. To the actual dead left center alley, it's 395. 420 to straightaway center.
It's a long way.
Of course, all those years that we thought that 440 was the accurate measurement at Tiger Stadium, it was revealed over the course of the winter that it was actually closer to that 420 than 440. But as a guy that ran around out there, I'm sure it felt like 480.
Well, a time or two I stumbled out there It is a long poke any way you look at it. Many of them around 400 feet around the leagues.
Rip and a miss, Guillen. Against Brian Moeller is polished off for the second out. Guillen sinks to 1 out of 20 to begin this 2000 season.
We'll take a look right here. Brian Moeller with good location. Ball is moving off the plate, and Guillen unable to catch up to it. You can see a little tail right there at the end. Good job by Brian Moeller. Now, Seattle Mariner players first and third. This is what you got to do. You got to get that big out.
Well, it comes back to the top of the order. Mark McLemore. He was the first ever hitter at Comerica Park. About 3/4 of an hour ago, he flied out to center. And he's got some opening game experience, by the way. This guy was at Oriole Park at Camden Yards as an Oriole when they christened Oriole Park back in 1992. Not really the first of the great new retro ballparks, I think, Kirk, the Oriole Park at Camden Yards. So it gave everybody the idea that maybe the classic look was back in style.
Looks like Brian Moeller exclusively working on the outside part of the plate right now. Fastball's got a good tail action.
Who is that masked man up there? That's McLemore. Blocked nicely by Brad Osmus. Seems like about 1 out of 3 players, right, Kirk, have the full-scale chin and neck guard working today.
Well, I got to tell you, I just had a memory right here. There's only one guy I know, if he was still here with us, Aurelio Lopez, he would not only have a mask on, he would not have a long-sleeve shirt on. Only a T-shirt.
Well, Todd Jones ran out there in the full Aurelio Lopez regalia. During the player introductions, he was the one guy I noticed that had the short sleeves on and nothing working underneath.
That tells you though, that those guys are just a little different. You know, they got a little different clock ticking there.
To show off those guns, you know. First and third, 2 out. And Moeller trying to change. He dips behind 3-1. Mike Cameron waits on deck.
Pretty good pitch by Brian right there, but he's got a pretty good hitter up there, Tim McLemore. That's pretty hard to lay off that as a hitter. And McLemore did. Now Brian Moeller looking at a 3-1 count.
The wind picking up again at Comerica Park. It's not often you see a runner take his lead like that, is it? That's Buhner down at third. And that's a strike for Moeller. It's 3-2.
You think of the sequence right here, mostly fastballs away, occasional changeup. I'd like to see Brian Moeller come hard inside. We know that ball's tailing back out over the plate. I think you could get Mark McLemore looking. Looks like he's going away.
McLemore going away first.
And you know, I wondered if he wasn't peeking right there and looking for a little location. It's one of the ways hitters will do it. They'll call time and watch the catcher to see what way he's moving.
Wilson will get going from first. Buhner the runner at third. That ball swatted to center. Encarnacion under it, puts it away. The Mariners strand a couple for the second inning in a row. Brian Moeller pitches out of it. Sparky Anderson will be joining us when we return to Comerica Park.
Mr. Sosa, there's a rumor you're thinking of retiring in the near future. Is this true?
Absolutely.
When?
Saturday.
Anytime you're ready to retire, stop by Ward's Auto Express, where we now carry Michelin and lots of other brands like Goodyear, Firestone, and General. When you come to Auto Express, our certified technicians always provide expert service on brakes, alignment, oil changes, and more. Where? Ward's Auto Express.
You can't shop smarter than Ward.
Unrivaled connectivity to the arts and entertainment, science and medicine, industry and education. Wayne State University, a comprehensive national research university entering a new era of greatness. 200,000 alumni already know, and 32,000 students are learning. Wayne State University is the intellectual hub of Metro Detroit. Connect to us. Call toll-free 877-WSU-INFO or visit us at wayne.edu.
I'm free to do what I want any old time.
All over Michigan, independent insurance agents are talking about what it takes to get the best employees for their clients' companies.
If I'm interviewing for a job and the pay is the same and one offers me a better benefit package, that sort of makes that decision a little bit easier.
You talk about benefits before you talk about salary. The first question might come out of their mouth, do you have health insurance and who is it with?
Blue Cross Blue Shield and Blue Care Network HMO of Michigan. We're listening, we're learning. For you, for life.
Everything else seems like, you know, the brand X.
Opening day at Comerica Park. There's a DAC right there behind center field, but where is John Keating? Let's go find out. Where are you, John?
All right, Josh, thank you. We're at the Tiger Den. This is now my favorite part of the ballpark. These are great. These chairs that you can move around, sort of a throwback to the olden days. And, you know, opening new ballparks is nothing new to the two franchises involved in today's game. The Tigers helped open Comiskey Park back in 1991. The Tigers have Sparky Anderson and Alan Trammell were on that particular team. It was a very good day for the Tigers. After Blackjack McDowell started, the Tigers went on to win that game 16-0. And of course, Juan Gonzalez and Dean Palmer, now the Tigers, helped open the ballpark at Arlington. And the Mariners not only opened their own field, Safeco Field, last July 15th. They helped the Cleveland Indians open Jacobs Field just a couple of years ago. I can also tell you, Josh, that even though the temperature is very cold within the Tiger Den, it's not stopped most of those here from drinking cold beverages, if you know what I'm saying. Back to you.
Pepsi. All right, John, thank you very much. Encarnacion trying to bunt his way on. Well, you saw the picture of Sparky Anderson circa 1991. You're going to see him in vintage 2000 form as he joins us in the booth here in the second inning. It's great to have him back. Of course, April 30th, Spark, is your day. You excited about that?
I am excited about that. Only in America can things like that happen.
You know they're giving me the mic on April 30th?
Oh, they let Gibby have the mic. He's going to tell the truth.
Alex Rodriguez, terrific play, but he does not capture Encarnacion, who's safe with the third Tiger hit. Of course, Sparky, we've all congratulated you off camera, but I think on camera, from all Tiger fans, congratulations on the Hall of Fame induction. That's awesome.
Well, it's hard, even, I'm not being funny about it, it's very hard to realize. And I walk every morning for an hour, and every morning I fool with different ways of how it did happen, but it all boils down to one thing, and I've always told guys this: it boils down to players, and it's as simple as that. There's no other way to bend it. You say, well, he can work with players. Well, you better have players to work with.
Davy Cruz drops down the bunt. Olerud off to field it. His play is to Bell covering at second base. And he hops out of the way like he was on a hot coal over there. So the Tigers move their man to second base, already leading 2-0. So you succeeded despite the handicap of having one Kirk Gibson for all those years.
Well, you know something about Gibby. Gibby was ornery.
Oh, really?
And you know something?
Nothing's changed.
No, nothing's changed. And I hope it never does change, because I think in our game right now, we're lacking a little bit of those people that are ornery. You know, people that are ornery, they want to get something done, and that's the reason they're ornery. And the problem I think today I see so much with so many ball clubs is they don't have people that want to get ornery.
Well, I talked to Phil Garner, and he said, you know, one thing that concerns me, I think it's along the same lines, is that sometimes we just show up and have a kind of a nice little game. And
yeah, it's a nice game.
We want a nice, nasty competition.
Yeah.
Within the rule book.
See, I've always said this, and I was telling Bo about this. I always said, you give me a football player that plays baseball also, and I'll give you a tough guy for one reason. In football, they have football mentality, which means they play 11, 12 games a year. They can't afford to lose too many. Well, that's their mentality when they play baseball.
Football weather out there for us today. Polonia waves and misses.
Now, I remember when you told me, though, when I came over as a football player, but this is baseball, and you got to learn to throttle it a little bit.
Yeah, I said you got.
You said you're going to kill yourself.
Back it down. Just ahead. He liked to kill me. Don't worry about killing himself. He was trying to kill me.
Talking with Sparky Anderson, legendary Tiger manager, heading to the Hall of Fame. And the pitch outside to Luis Polonia, 1-2. So, Sparky, I got to ask you, I mean, obviously this is not Tiger Stadium. What are your impressions about this new ballpark?
Beautiful. You know, anytime you can see the city skyline, and that this is a fantastic ballpark, and you have to give all the people involved in this, the mayor, the governor, the Tiger people, everybody, and even the people that you know, other people that were involved, they must get credit for this. This is a beautiful place.
Now, Skipper, how do you look at this field, though, as a manager? I mean, what do you see out here? How do you see the game changing because of this park?
Well, I like everything the way it is right now. That slow grass, really slow.
You do like that slow
so
grass.
the ball won't shoot through. The dirt, I love the black dirt, because black dirt you can really keep nice. I love left center field, and I love center. Right over in the right field territory, a little dangerous, but not bad. It's not out of line.
But that's where you want to shape your club. You get a couple boppers that kind of utilize that.
You want to shape your club with speed and two left-handers for sure that can reach that place.
Count 3-2 to Luis Polonia. Tigers have a 2-0 lead. We're chatting with Sparky Anderson here.
Now, this area right here, Skipper, do you remember what you used to do to that?
Oh, yeah. That was the area you used to dig up nice, pack it sand, and then bring the dirt in and split it 50-50 with sand. Make sure no ball would bounce.
Now, you tell me, when you used to come out, Frank Finnick was the groundskeeper, used to come out and take a baseball.
Throw it down
as hard as it could. Now, what were you doing? I mean, now, if it bounced like 1 inch, it wasn't soft enough, or what?
No, if it didn't kind of sink, or when you threw it down, it had to go and sink like it was in a divot at a golf court. If it did that, that meant no ball was jumping out of there. We had Trammell and Whitaker, and I promise you they was going to catch everything.
Well, here we go to Greg Jeffries. He's already driven in a Tiger run today. Takes a look at a strike. You know, one thing that we haven't really talked about yet, just cosmetically at the ballpark, you take a look at the area right around home plate, and we'll show it to you in full in just a moment. It's almost like there's more than just one home plate at home plate, the way they've got it configured. Jeffries fouls one.
Well, it's normally a circle, and then obviously you can see this is a home plate, and for all you umpires that are watching, that's a ball. That is a strike.
Yeah, but occasionally we get out of the box.
Yeah, we sure do. That's just a hitter begging. You know, Skipper, I get a little goofy sitting up here sometimes. I think I got that from you.
No, you don't get goofy. You're like me. You're totally goofy.
Well, you know, you're supposed to have some fun at the ballpark. You know, we used to have fun competing, but now we're up here. We got to, you know, we got to step back a little bit and amuse ourselves.
Jeffries, he is taken care of. That's a good change.
Like I told Bobby Higginson today, I said, Bobby said I'm struggling. I said, Bobby, let me ask you something. First of all, you can't show me a degree from Harvard. Now look, you're not that bright, and I'm not that bright, and that's why we're in baseball. I want you to do this. When you're on the on-deck circle, think about how you swung when you were at Temple. Forget all this other nonsense about, oh, I got to think this and think that.
Well, you're right there, Skip. You got to keep it simple, and I know that if you get too many things occupying your mind, you are going to have struggles at the plate. And you know, just the fact that he would walk up and tell you that tells you a little something, and that's not a good sign, but that's good advice given.
Higginson drives that one. Absolutely. Cameron can't get it. 1 run in. A second one is going to score. Higginson digging for 3. And Higgy's going to make it with another Tiger triple. Now, can you come in and talk to him every day, Spark?
No, but, you know, like I told him, it's only common sense. See what you see and swing at what you want. Don't be getting all these theories about what you want to do this and do that. That's just confusing. We're not smart enough for that.
And that ball's right out over the plate, and well, we saw 2 triples already in 2 innings. How many do we have last year in Tiger Stadium? Not many. And Bobby Higginson goes for 3, and you always only go for 3 with 2 outs if you can make it. That's who taught me that, sitting right next to me.
Now Tony Clark in there in the cleanup spot for Juan Gonzalez. I saw a big broad smile on the face of Juan Gonzalez, Sparky, today when he saw that you were in the clubhouse. And that was awesome to see him that revved up. He was kind of bummed, obviously, that he couldn't get out there today. Clark rolls it to the right side. And that'll end the inning, but it seems you've got that effect on a lot of people. Welcome back, Sparky. Great to have you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you April 30th, too, for your day here at Comerica Park.
Thank you so much. And Gibby, I catch you, on that dish thing, so don't get too carried away.
Don't worry, I'll get you.
I thought you were going to thump him on the head. I knew you'd do that. All right, 4-0 Tigers.
He's in there all year long, screaming and carrying on. Tigers, Pistons, even the Red Wings. And he's never been on skates in his whole life. And he'll be screaming at the players like he can do it better. Fool.
We're going to do a little poached fish for you here.
Coming to one at QVC, we're live all the time. All the time.
You're watching an hour of fashion on QVC.
Get 5.
No rehearsals, no scripts, no teleprompters, just 100% natural TV that usually comes off without a hitch. And sometimes it offers a few surprises.
I'm out of here.
Where's she going?
We're going outside. We demonstrate every product we sell in a real-life situation. There's no smoke, no mirrors, just like you'd use it at home. At QVC, just like in life, there are no second takes.
It's time to expand your galaxy. Cosmic Bowl. Thunder Bowl Lanes features cosmic bowling. Book your own cosmic birthday party, corporate party, or just your next get-together. Afternoons, after school, after work, 7 days a week. Choose one of our party packages, including food, favors, and arcade fun. Thunder Bowl Lanes, fun for the whole family, located on Allen Road in Allen Park. Expand your galaxy. Cosmic Bowling. Call Kim at 313-928-4688 for information and reservations.
Can at least help get you back where you belong.
Long shots, favorites, a preview of the NHL playoffs tonight.
It's the Tigers with 2 in the first, 2 in the second. They lead the historic home opener at Comerica Park over the Seattle Mariners. 40 degrees, blustery, but they're riding on that carousel.
There's Keating.
No, that's not right. That's a beautiful, beautiful carousel.
And they are riding it.
All 30 Tigers hand-painted. As you see, the orange and the white. Built in Wichita, Kansas. And then imported here to Detroit, Michigan.
That's cool. That's cool.
Moeller to Mike Cameron. And a strike. They have described this, Gibby, as Cooperstown meeting Disney World. This ballpark.
Well, we just displayed that. We had Sparky Anderson, who's headed to Cooperstown.
Yep.
Little carousel right there.
But, and as it's been noted, too, all the baseball you notice is here on the inside. The entertainment is kind of kept on the outside, not interfering with the reason you'll really come here, which is to watch the Tigers play ball.
Now, think about it, because I've been watching the few of the people, the families right here. How long, if you're a kid, you've heard about the carousel. First inning's over. Tigers got a couple runs. Aren't you saying, hey, let's go check that carousel? Haven't you said that since you left the car?
Or the Ferris wheel. 1-2 is popped up, and Davy Cruz is looking for it. Wandering under it, he makes the catch. Folks, if you have an upcoming special occasion, why not celebrate with the Tigers? Group tickets and party suites are now available for as little as $8 per person. Call today, 313-471-BALL, to book your outing at Comerica Park, which is now officially 1 hour old. The day started with a couple of Tiger errors. John Olerud had the ballpark's first base hit. Now a strike to Alex Rodriguez. Whoop, Moeller
Ooh, that ankle getting a little tender.
Well, he'll get reset up there.
Well, at least he's got ice on it for the whole game. It's 34 degrees.
He's got no choice. You're right.
The swelling will not come in until after he goes inside.
Ball and a strike from Moeller.
Okay, now here's another observation. This is the flags on top of the scoreboard. And now if you're an outfielder, you're going to look up there. But look at, here's the center field flag. Dead. So if I'm an outfielder, I'm trying to figure out how to play that wind. It's going to show you. If it's up high, the wind may have more effect. If it's down low, the ball's going to play more true to a no-win situation. Now, there was things like that at the old Tiger Stadium, and this seems to be one of them here in the new Comerica Park.
Three and one to count.
And how that is good for the fan also. I noticed when I was here yesterday down in the lower bowl, because this park is dug down in the ground. On a windy day is going to be much calmer in the stands area.
That ball swept away, foul. Well, just walking around out there, and by the way, that's one of the very cool things about Comerica Park is you can literally do a lap around the stadium unimpeded. You don't have to go down any strange alleyways or wells. You just walk around the park literally in a circle. But as you get out beyond the left field wall, there does seem to be a lot of wind. Obviously, when it blows out, you can really feel it. That ball hammered into left, a base hit for Alex Rodriguez. But Kirk, I tell you what, it won't be so much what we see out beyond left field. It will make this such a perfect postcard here of Detroit, Michigan. It's going to be out beyond center in right center. You see the Penobscot building
right there. You see the ball lit up and the little Christmas tree.
Kept it lit against the gray backdrop today. You know, you live here for all these years. For you, most obviously of your entire life. I don't know of a better look at the city of Detroit than what we've got out of our window here.
No, I don't think it gets any better, and I think it kind of reaffirms your heritage when you come down and you look at that. I mean, when you come to the old Tiger Stadium, you sit in the stadium, you're just totally enclosed. And
well, we would gaze out and look at some guy in center field. Yeah, I mean,
that's right.
It was completely right. Double decked all the way around and enclosed. Not that we didn't love it. Olerud to left field. That's going to get down, and Higginson's got to chase it towards the line.
Second base.
And by getting it there, Olerud has to hightail it back to first. Nice recovery. Bobby Higginson getting over there. It'll be first and third one out instead of second and third.
Real good job by Higgy, because this leaves the Mariners first and third one out. Still gives them a good opportunity for a double play ball for Higgy. Remember, John Olerud pulled the ball to right field last time. This time he goes down to left field. Look how he kind of circles around a little bit. Picks it up one time, feet underneath him. Good strong throw. Olerud has to retreat to first base. Look how he goes around to the other side of it to pick it up. You don't want to backhand that and reach behind you to get the ball. Al Kaline to be proud of you right there, Bobby Higginson.
Well, the Tigers do bring the infield to double play depth for Edgar Martinez. Now, I tell you what, Gibby, for all of the people that were kind of bemoaning the fact that it was only 36 degrees this morning, can you imagine if it had been 5 degrees cooler than that, and that wet rain would have been actual snow that would have stuck?
We wouldn't be playing.
That ball hugs the corner. It's 0-2.
Brian Moeller jumping out 0-2. Good position right here to get Edgar Martinez to maybe go after something that he doesn't want to. And not likely that he's going to strike out, but we would like to see that double play. If I'm an infielder, though, I see this infield's very slow. I'm going to move up a little more. Oh, yeah.
Right there, strike three. Martinez down on strikes. He's 0 for 2. And the second strikeout for Brian Moeller. Looks like that ankle's going to be okay.
Well, he starts him off breaking ball, then fastball away. Good job by Brad Osmus. Gets him to throw that ball on the inside corner. And Edgar's looking for something else. That's a good pitch.
So now Jay Buhner. Buhner had his usual 100 strikeouts last year, but he got them in only 266 at-bats. It's a major league record for the fewest at-bats during a 100 strikeout season.
Well, Jay with a down year last year, but been injured.
And when he does make contact, as you know, he's a pretty good bet to hit one a very long way.
Now watch Brian Moeller and watch Brad Ausmus. Brad Ausmus really moving around the plate. Brian Moeller very sharp with hitting his target so far in this game.
On the ground at third, Dean Palmer takes it, wings it over to second, and that'll do it. Once again, the Mariners strand a pair. They've left on 6 in 3 innings. Brad Ausmus will lead off the Tiger third at Comerica Park right after this on Fox Sports Net.
This bank helps you succeed like no other with more creative, flexible, responsive solutions. This bank acts fast to help your business compete, prosper, be what it's destined to be. This bank makes the effort to know your industry, challenges, and goals, to zero in on your specific needs. This bank is Comerica, and if you're in business, we're your bank. Comerica, we listen, we understand, we make it work.
Almost overnight, it became part of the landscape and changed everything. It made trips seem less like work, errands easier, the cottage closer. It was so comfortable it was like we never left home. And like home, there's still no place like it. Dodge Caravan, the most innovative, most imitated, most trusted, best-selling minivan ever. Now get up to $1,750 cash allowance on Dodge Caravans.
Tigers 4, Seattle nothing. We are getting to know the new ballpark. Our John Keating is out by the statues.
All right, Josh, thank you. The new ballpark is certainly a piece of the Tigers' future, but they've not forgotten about the Tigers' past. And there are 5 statues honoring 5 Tiger greats out here in center field, and the detail on these statues is just amazing. They were done by the Rotblatt Emrani studio of Highland Park, Illinois. Each statue required 850 man-hours of labor. So we did some quick math and totaled up that to make these 5 statues, it took 173 days. And the people responsible for these also were responsible for that Michael Jordan figure outside the United Center in Chicago. And there is space for one more statue, a pedestal still open, perhaps for a Tiger of the future, perhaps for a Tiger that they've already decided upon. We shall see. Josh and Gibby, back to you.
All right, John, thanks. And yes, the 6th statue is a TBA officially. A lot of conjecture about who it's going to be. Brad Ausmus at the plate ahead 2-0. You know, the really nice touch about those statues, too, is that they're stainless steel. We mentioned they were created in Illinois. They shipped them off to an art foundry in Lancaster, PA.
There's Mr. Kaline. Could somebody possibly hit a ball in there?
It is possible if you line up your home run just right.
Now we've got to go out and find some company to donate $1 million to a charity if somebody hits the glove. Should we work on that?
I think it'd be a pretty good project. 2-2 the count to Ausmus. You're more connected than I am, so I kind of defer to you.
You can say that again.
On the ground at third, Carlos Guillen takes his time, throws out Brad Ausmus. You know, John Keating mentioned each of those statues weighing about 1,500 pounds. Imagine reading that on your Al Kaline baseball card. He's 13'2".
And over 2 tons. And you think about there, I believe that's Mr. Cobb. Did you notice how the spikes are up?
Yep, and how the dirt is flying there.
Ty Cobb known to come up with spikes a little high.
Palmer fouls one.
Almost in our booth.
Yeah, it proves that we're not completely immune. Even though we've moved from the Tiger Stadium foxhole, you can clear that home plate screen and still kind of curl one back to the mezzanine. Off speed, a little roller out in front of the plate. Dan Wilson takes charge. Rainbows the throw. Yes, he is. Safe at first.
Well, again, Dan Wilson right here goes and calls off Freddie Garcia, but he doesn't have time to get his feet underneath him. And you'll see how this ball goes high. There you see Dino. Look at here. He's throwing off his wrong foot. Ball up high. John Olerud unable to get his foot back on the base, and the first base umpire Mark Wegner with a good call.
Going to be an E2. Rare error for Dan Wilson. And the Tigers get another base runner, setting it up for Kareem Garcia.
You know, one of the things I'm noticing about the infield, again, I know it's wet, but I think because all this sand base underneath it, Josh, that the whole infield is going to be a much deader infield than the old Tiger Stadium was. That's going to be an adjustment that the Tigers and all clubs are going to have to make.
Garcia splintered his bat. His supposedly unbreakable bat that he is so fond of. He just lost a piece of it. These again are unusual game conditions. Normally he's swinging that bat in wind chills that are not in the 20s.
There's the new one now. See the end how it's cupped? That's how you get the splinter. There's a hole in there. What they do, if you look right there at the end of the bat, they kind of go in there and they take a tool and they take it out of there. That way you can use a heavier bat, but then you take a lot of the weight out of the end of the bat, so it's not so head heavy and it's not so hard to keep your bat on the level plane.
That's called the Sam bat. They make them up in Ottawa. Maple instead of ash is the difference. No contact made there from any wood. It's 1-2. And the guy that makes those bats, by the way, Gibby, a fellow by the name of Sam Holman up there in Ottawa, says, you know, the wooden propellers that you see, they're made out of maple, bowling pins, drumsticks. Why not bats? He went the unconventional maple route. And Garcia loves them. Foul ground. There's a little bit of it here at Comerica Park. It's locked up by the third baseman Guillen. Tomorrow it's a premiere of the all-new National Sports Report, the nightly news show that gives you the complete wrap-up in sports from a fresh perspective. With internet interaction, news and highlights, opinions and analysis, the National Sports Report takes you beyond the box score. It premieres tomorrow night at 10 right here on Fox Sports Net. With Kirk Gibson, Josh Lewin, John Keating, the rest of our production crew. Hope you're enjoying our 13 hours of coverage today. If you're watching this game in the afternoon, you can watch it again tonight. For those of you that were at the park today and you're watching it now tonight, welcome. Hope you had a great time today.
Or if you know somebody who couldn't watch the game today and didn't have a chance to put it in their VCR, make sure you give them a call and tell them to watch tonight.
Or if you can build a time machine out of a DeLorean, you can always go back in time and do this on endless loop all day.
Or just kidding.
Happy that it ends right there. 1-1 the count to Juan Encarnacion. Tigers scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second. First Tiger base hit belonged to Luis Polonia. It was a triple. Encarnacion takes down and in. We're going to get used to spelling his name a little bit differently now. They don't have quite enough characters on that lineup there on the new scoreboard, so that's how we're going to be looking at Juan's name. And what an incredible scoreboard that is in left field, the biggest in all of baseball.
Well, it sure is. It's big, and you see over here on the right side, it gives the bio of each player. That's where the videos are also run.
2-1 from Garcia. Pounded on the ground to short. Alex Rodriguez scoops it up. His play to first. And he gets Encarnacion. So the Tigers and the Mariners still in a 4-0 situation. The Tigers leading it on opening day at Comerica Park. And we'll have the Seattle fourth in just a moment on Fox Sports Net.
Ba 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 ba. You try. Beep ba ba bing bang. Ba 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 ba. I don't know. You've got it there. Now you've got to feel it here.
Joy of living, joy of life, joy of laughing, joy of sight, joy of cola in your life. Ba 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 ba.
She's got it.
Yesterday, if you went to your typical home improvement store to get laminate flooring, you'd also get glue. Gobs of glue. Today, with Lowe's selection of Armstrong Swiftlock, laminate flooring is a snap. Literally, each board simply locks together. No muss, no fuss, no glue, and all at guaranteed low prices. Could we make this any easier? Armstrong Swiftlock flooring, only at Lowe's, improving home improvement.
To better protect your lawns from grubs, we got inside the mind of the grub.
Oh, am I hungry? I'm starving. I need me some grass root. I'm gonna eat the whole yard.
Introducing Bayer Advanced season-long grub control with merit. Kills more grubs, guaranteed.
What's this?
And just one application protects your lawn all season long.
I ain't hungry no more.
Bayer Advanced. Better thinking, better results.
Hey, look at this. What is it? It's flashing.
Never has so much power gone into our battery. Duracell Ultra, the most powerful alkaline battery in the world.
For the first time ever, it's the Aflac trivia question from Comerica Park. How many square feet of sod used for the playing field of Comerica Park? And you have three choices. This is kind of like the, you know, the Regis thing here.
For the playing field or the infield?
The playing field, it says. The entire thing.
Well, let's figure it out.
Yeah,
330 feet down the one side.
You're not that good at math. Just wait. Wait till the bottom of the fourth inning. But look at all that dirt that they had to clear on out of here before they even started up.
Well, take the clay out, put the sand in. We've got some brickbacks also. Look at there. 76 miles. That gets you up to Flint and beyond.
I like the look of that brick, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Moeller to David Bell. Now, of course, his dad, a couple of years ago, when you thought of Comerica Park and the Tigers' future, you thought that Buddy Bell would be here to lead the team. Tigers went through Buddy Bell on to Larry Parrish, and now Phil Garner, who's got a 4-year deal, and obviously wanted a lot better start than 1-5. He had the guys very keyed up in spring training. They played some very good baseball that final week of spring training. Did not carry over to the first week of the regular season. And that's an unfortunate theme the last 3 years. It's been exactly the same story. The season opening road trip. The Tigers win the first game, then lose the next 5. That's happened 3 years in a row for 3 different managers. Bell bops one over towards Tony Clark. He strays away and leads Moeller for the first out here in the 4th inning.
I tell you, Brian Moeller, I don't think he was looking forward to going over there and covering first base on that play. Tony going far to his right. Brian getting over there a little quicker, having a little better angle on the bag.
Tigers with 2 in the first, 2 in the second. And let the record reflect the first RBI was from Greg Jeffries. The first Tiger hit a triple from Luis Polonia. Tigers have a pair of triples today, and we continue to ponder the possibilities of this being a terrific triples park. With those nooks and crannies all over the outfield. I know we make it sound like an English muffin when we say that. That ball tagged towards the right field corner. Wilson's going to run around. As the ball is played off the wall by Kareem Garcia. That one's going to go for a double. And again, that's a lot of the conjecture about how this park is going to play. Terrific for doubles and triples. We're going to have to wait and see about home runs. So Wilson, who had been 0 for 10 against Moeller in his career, 2 out of 2 today.
Well, and here's one of the things about Comerica Park right here. Kareem Garcia does a good job. We're going to stop it right here. This is jetting this way, and then it edges out this way. Kareem does a good job. Go ahead and run it beyond. You want to take, see, there's the corner right there. See how it comes back out? If you go into that corner, that ball's going to go by you. They see some inside the parkers this year.
Golson had an inside the park grand slam against the Tigers a couple years ago. Now Guillen ropes one that way too. Garcia on the run, and he won't get it. He's got to chase it out of the corner. The Mariners will get on the board. Guillen trading places with Wilson. The bottom of the order comes through for Seattle. It's now 4-1.
Well, Kareem Garcia definitely not chilly after running after these two balls hit down in the corner. And Guillen first ball hitting. Again, there you see how it's angled right here. There's the angle right there. Ooh, pretty dangerous. See how Kareem went in there real tight? That ball gets by him, although today it's much slower. As the year goes on and things dry out a little bit, you're not going to want to go in that close. You're just going to concede a double. Give yourself a little more distance in that corner.
McLemore, top of the order, strike one. This is a guy who was born in Diamond Bar, California, lives in Scottsdale, Arizona, and thus the bundled up look today.
You know, if I'm a player, I got to believe a few of them are hitting the locker room between innings.
Ground ball to Jeffries at second. He's played a flawless second today in place of the injured Damian Easley.
You know, Greg Jeffries, when Damian Easley did get hurt, Tigers trying to decide what to do, and I believe that they're down in infield. They're the only club in baseball that I think they only carry 5 infielders. But Greg Jeffries says, hey, I want to play second base any place but the bench. You know, Greg has said that since day one. He's had an opportunity early, got in a slump. Now he hasn't been a regular. Now he gets an opportunity to get back on the field on a regular basis and kind of prove that he does belong.
Mike Cameron with a lot to prove himself. This is a guy who will forever be known as the man who replaced Ken Griffey Jr. in center field.
Actually, Mike Cameron has played well. I don't know if anybody has watched some of the highlights of Mike Cameron and some of his catches so far this year. And funny enough, they're billing him as he takes a ball as the next best outfielder since Ken Griffey.
Well, and he says the only shoes that he can fill are the ones he's been wearing for the last 27 years. The others are, as he says, too big. Probably the right way to go about it. You are not going to replace the guy who's hit 400 home runs in his career already. Two and one the count. You know what's funny? Griffey getting traded to Cincinnati. Of course, he's a native of Cincinnati. Griffey's high school coach back at Cincinnati Moeller was named Mike Cameron. And here's Mike Cameron to replace Griffey in Seattle. A lot of fresh starts for the Seattle Mariner players. John Olerud comes home. Cameron will get a chance to prove last year in Cincinnati wasn't a fluke. And of course, for the Tigers, what better place to start anew than at a new ballpark? You mentioned Greg Jeffries and trying to prove that he still belongs in the big leagues. He comes to the same city, same team, but I think he figures a new ballpark represents a fresh chance for him. Got him. Yes, he did. Brian Moeller gives up a run, but is still pretty much cruising here in the 4th inning. The Tigers lead the Mariners by the score of 4-1 opening day at Comerica Park. We'll continue right after this on Fox Sports Net.
Well, when I got hurt and missed work, thought I had supplemental insurance.
Supplemental insurance? What's that?
Aflac.
Well, even best insurance doesn't give you cash to cover things like lost pay, other expenses. This does.
What does?
Aflac.
Shouldn't ask about it at work.
Really? And what's it called?
Aflac!
Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Aflac.
Hear the roar in the distance. Feel the ground begin to shake. The gentle breeze becomes a sudden wind. As a sense of panic fills the air.
What in the world? I can't believe what we just saw.
And in a frenzied rush, WCW Spring Stampede is here. Sunday, April 16th, live and only on pay-per-view. Call your Kelowna satellite company to order now.
Bill bought my ring at the Charles Kent Reaver Company back in 1969.
And she's really enjoyed the 30 years of compliments.
So we suggested that Chip go back there to pick out Katie's diamond, too.
Going to Reaver was a great idea, but we live in Grand Rapids.
But you have to admit it was well worth it. I never thought I'd have a ring as beautiful as Mom's. I love it.
Just dial Diamond, D-I-A-M-O-N-D.
Test your Sports IQ nightly. Sports Geniuses, weeknights at 6 and 11 on Fox Sports Net.
Tigers 4, Seattle 1 on the home opening day here in Detroit. Not where's Waldo, but where's Keating? Let's go back and find him.
Well, Josh, Tiger Stadium, to be quite honest, really needed to be replaced. But oftentimes, teams need new homes just because they need more suites, and they certainly have those here at Comerica Park. We're going to give you just a peek inside. This is the Fox Sports Net suite. We'll walk from the outside, where there are seats in the open air, to the inside, where the couches and the food and all the usual riffraff hangs out, waiting for the chance to go outside and see a bit of a ball game. Happy to be joined by the boss, Tom McLean, the general manager of Fox Sports Net. How important are these suites to corporate entities like your own?
I think they're very important. Obviously, we have a lot of our cable operators and our advertisers up here that do business with us throughout the course of the year. And it's a nice place to be able to come and talk about different things, or just take in a game and have the entertainment faction of our business take over.
So all these people here would be advertisers? Is that what you're trying to get me to believe? No, they're not advertisers. They just found their way in here somehow. Right. All right, let's go back to Josh Lewin and Kirk Gibson. Guys?
Thanks, John. Davy Cruz lofting one towards left. And over the shoulder, Rodriguez dropped it. Cruz will dig for two, and he'll make it. So as they close the deals in the suite, Alex Rodriguez going back and trying to make that play over his shoulder. They're going to score that a base hit for Davy Cruz.
Well, Mark McLemore, the Mariners left fielder, doesn't do a good job. He kind of hangs A-Rod out to dry right here, and A-Rod not able to make the catch on this ball. Will take it. Davy Cruz cruises on into second base, nobody out. They got Luis Polonia. His job is to get Davy Cruz to third base so we can have that wonderful third base less than 2 out situation. It'll be up to Greg Jeffries to drive him in.
Now the Tigers, as you say, Gibby, they've been frosty in this situation so far this year.
Well, I've got it mapped out. Let's see how it works out. Might bunt again. Phil Garner does a lot of bunting.
And that one takes a left turn, goes foul. 1 strike the count.
Now, if you're Luis Polonia and you're thinking about bunting, third baseman Guillen way in for Seattle. And over here at first base, John Olerud, he's right here, and he'll be charging. Now, you might think, well, just bunt it here. Well, he's a left-hander, so he can throw it over there much easier than a right-handed first baseman.
Steps away. Garcia deals it down too low. Well, I tell you what, if you wanted a snapshot of what the Tigers are expecting from Polonia this year, you just saw it on the graphic. Some triples. And would you please walk a little bit this year? Rip and a miss right there, 1 and 2. Polonia has vowed he'll walk 50 times as opposed to 16 last year. He does have a walk today. He has yet to strike out this season.
Freddie Garcia featuring that straight changeup he throws.
Popped up into the infield. Carlos Guillen says, move out of the way, I've got it. And he does.
There was another one right there.
Let's get you back to the Aflac trivia question, Gibby. And again, we did it in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire form with some choices for you. Wanting to know how many square feet of sod were used for the playing field at Comerica Park. Is that your final answer?
That is.
You're right.
See, you didn't think I knew how to do my math, did you? I think I used a bunch of different equations with the Pythagorean theory and all that stuff.
I think you also got an assist from the truck.
No, I didn't. I honestly said that was on my own. Don't try to discredit me.
All right, Copernicus. You're Mr. Math. I believe. Greg Jeffries singled in a run in the first. And again, he's in there because Damian Easley pulled the rib cage muscles in Baltimore. I'll tell you what, that right there is an awesome looking shot. One of our 17 cameras here today. You look at Garcia trying to pour it in. What a terrific hitter's background that appears to be, too. Jeffries takes inside. Let's
check today's player profile, brought to you by Toyota. It is Greg Jeffries, once a regular in 1991. So that's a regular second baseman with the Mets. 364 in the spring with 9 RBIs in 22 games. And everybody gets a second chance, and this is yours, Gregory.
On the ground towards second. David Bell throws out Greg Jeffries. And it'll come to Bobby Higginson. Now, Higgy's got one of the 2 triples hit today. We continue to believe that this will be a good triples park. And awesome that Bobby Higginson is already on the board with 1 as he's trying to jumpstart his season.
You know, I'm thinking about these triples, and if we're going to see this, and we're going to see all this much more running, are we going to see more hamstring injuries? That's what comes into my mind.
Higginson lofting that one towards left center. And as you know, plenty of room out there. Cameron coming in. And he's got it. So a leadoff single doesn't blossom. We'll see Alex Rodriguez, John Olerud, and Edgar Martinez in the Seattle 5th. The Tigers have the lead 4-1.
This bank lets you live like no other, with the most alternative ways to access your money. This bank lets you go, be, do to your heart's content. This bank lets you be on a clock or on a mountain, complete. With online and telephone banking, Michigan's largest ATM network in locations far and wide. This bank is Comerica. And in so many innovative ways, it lets you bank easier, bank everywhere. Because at this bank, we listen, we understand, we make it work.
Hey, pizza for Bob. You know, all day long I make Little Caesars pizza, but I never actually get to see anybody enjoy them. Huh? Can you smell this? What do you think? It's good. You're not just saying that.
No, it's delicious.
I love you guys.
Now at Little Caesars, get 1, 2, 3 medium pizzas for only $12.99. It's pizza pizza plus a pizza. 3 pizzas, 1 topping, only $12.99.
Pizza pizza. I love this guy.
The MVP is ready to take Texas to the top, but the road to the title still goes through Jeter and the Yankees. Rangers, Yankees, Baseball Thursday on Fox Sports Net.
Well, the Tigers lead Seattle 4-1. We move to the top of the 5th inning. And everybody regards this, it looks like it's a beautiful day despite 40-degree temperatures. You're looking at the Brush Fire Grill behind the third base line on the main concourse. You got some TV sets in there to watch what's being shown on TV, but more importantly, you can get right up and take a look at the grills as well. And if you're asking what's for dinner, well, beef, obviously, it's what's for dinner, but also Caribbean jerk chicken among other things. They've got veggie burgers. They got fresh grilled salmon sandwiches. Not exactly what you were used to all those years at Tiger Stadium. We continue to get acclimated to our new surroundings. It is a 4-1 lead for the Tigers as Alex Rodriguez faces Brian Moeller. By the way, in this inning, the commissioner of Major League Baseball joining us in our broadcast booth. He's had to be happy with what he's seen in terms of a turnout, I would think. Bud Selig will be talking with us here as we play in inning number 5. And Mr. Selig, great to have you here. You look good. You looked warm out there on that field before the game.
Well, I wasn't. I mean, honesty impels me to tell you I was freezing. And, you know, for a guy who was born and raised in Milwaukee, I should be used to this. But it's cold. But I just asked Kirk, you remember other opening days like this? And
oh, yeah.
We got snowed out 4 times in the years that I was running the Brewers, so I'm used to all
Well, we had 6 inches here. Geez, I believe it was in 1982 or 86.
82, that's right.
Was it 82?
Right, yeah, because we had the same thing in Milwaukee. Yeah.
So the inch we got this morning, we dealt with that very quickly.
Yes, absolutely.
That was the year Sparky couldn't get out of his driveway.
Is that right?
Yeah. The pitch comes to Alex Rodriguez, and he bangs one to right center. Kareem Garcia hustling after it. And the Mariners get things going here in the 5th inning with a single from Rodriguez. He's been on base 3 times. Well, the new ballparks are opening. I mean, they're blossoming like little flowers here. And you've got the Enron Field, which is gorgeous down in Houston. Pac Bell Ballpark opens, well, in
3
about,
hours?
Yeah, I mean, you're coming right up
very
on it.
shortly, yeah.
And obviously, this facility, back in Milwaukee, in your hometown, that's been delayed a year, but I hear that's going to be beautiful, too.
It is. Well, you know, I was in Pac Bell. We flew back from Japan. I flew all night to get back there because they dedicated the Willie Mays Plaza, and it's wonderful. And I was in Enron at Enron Field Friday night to dedicate it, and here I am today. And I want to tell you, it's unbelievable. When I walked in here today, the thing that so impresses you, Josh and Kirk, is that here's a brand new ballpark, but it looks like an old ballpark, and it has all those wonderful features. John McHale asked me.
That ball swept over to Palmer at third. He gets 1, and that's it. Jeffries hurtling out of the way.
Asked me what park I thought this would look like, and I haven't been around enough, but it does have some of the characteristics of Wrigley Field. Seats, the way they are, the way the stands are structured. Now, you know, the Wrigley has a lot of stuff. Of course, people sitting up on the buildings across the street reminds you of Wrigley.
Right.
And that's the best compliment that you can pay any stadium, but this place is absolutely magnificent.
Well, we will have the ivy. You can see it out there in center field that they do have it started. That's going to be growing. And also 365 in right center. That's also the same as Wrigley Field. So when you say that, and Wrigley Field was my favorite National League ballpark when I did play.
Tigers will be heading there at the beginning of June for the first time since the 45 World Series. Yeah.
Now, I don't know, you've been to every park, all the new parks. This park being down in, dug down in, are other parks like that? It seems like kind of a nice feature. You're kind of snuggled in.
Kirk, this is different.
Martinez slugging one to left. Higginson tracks it down. That ball hit as well as any today. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all right. No. You guys go ahead and do the game. That's important. Kirk, this is the thing that I love about these. This is reminding me of the way stadiums were in the 40s, 50s, and before they started building them, where they all looked the same in the 60s. Each one is so distinctive that it really makes you feel good. If you were to ask me today which park do you like the best of the 3, I couldn't tell you. I love all 3 of them because all 3 of them have their distinctive qualities.
Let me ask you another question now. You know, I don't know how long you've been around, but I can only hear what I hear. But this park is so big on one side of the field and you know, reasonable on the other side of the field. Is that something that you would like to see? I mean, to me, it promotes good defensive play. It promotes the game of baseball. It promotes managing and managing your players better.
Absolutely, it does, and there's no question about that.
Juan Encarnacion has the ball skipped by him. Buhner gets on his horse and gallops to second. The run comes in. Buhner heading for third. Jeffries' relay throw is not going to get there in time, and it's now 4-2. Well, we've chronicled the fact that Juan has had some problems in the outfield the first week of the season. And on, again, what is a very hard grass right now because it's so cold out there. The ball just skipped right by him.
Well, it does skip by him, and, you know, Here's what Juan has to get better at. You made the air, you got to get on your horse and you got to pick it up, and you got to pick it up in a hurry. Now look at, he pauses right here because he does have a chance to get the runner at third base. And hearing those boos, I'm going to tell you, I've been there. It's something he's going to have to deal with. And I don't care what your makeup is. If you want to be a good player in the major leagues, you're going to have to deal with those type of things. It's got to motivate you. It's got to motivate you to change your game and to step up.
Now Bell right back to Brian Muller, and that's some terrific defense right there. Commissioner Bud Selig has joined us here in the top of the 5th inning, and again, Mr. Selig, thank you so much. Congratulations on another great new ballpark opening up here in Major League Baseball.
Thank you, Josh. Kirk, it's a pleasure to be with you, and really, it is a thrill for me to be here today, and I wish all of you just great success in the future.
Thank you. Well, we're looking forward to a great year. The Tigers still have the lead despite the Juan Encarnacion error. It is 4-2 halfway through the opener.
We are what you are.
We feel what you feel.
We see what you see. We're your fans.
We're the United Automobile Workers and General Motors, making and donating the cars and trucks our U.S. Olympic team hopefuls need for the long road ahead.
Together, we're the team behind the team.
This bank helps you succeed like no other with more creative, flexible, responsive solutions. This bank acts fast to help your business compete, prosper, be what it's destined to be. This bank makes the effort to know your industry, challenges, and goals to zero in on your specific needs. This bank is Comerica, and if you're in business, we're your bank. Comerica, we listen, we understand, we make it work.
What happens when you question everything? 3 great wireless companies can become one even better wireless company. Simple, affordable, national. Bell Atlantic Mobile, AirTouch Cellular, and PrimeCo have become Verizon Wireless. Join in.
Here's a great deal that'll spice up your life. The delicious new Spicy Chicken Crisp. Right now, just 99 cents at Burger King. That's a juicy all-white meat chicken sandwich packed with plenty of extra kick. Try the new Spicy Chicken Crisp. Now just 99 cents, only at Burger King.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Net, brought to you by Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. Lowe's improving home improvement, and by United Automobile Workers and General Motors, committed to supporting tomorrow's Olympians. You take a look at baseball's largest scoreboard, and it is a marvel. 202 feet wide, 147 feet high at the crest of the G and the E in Tigers. And those Tigers growl and their eyes light up when the Tigers hit a home run. We're still waiting for that. We've seen a couple triples.
Now, I was asked if anybody could hit a ball over the G in Tigers.
Yeah, with a cannon.
You think it'll ever happen? I said no way, and I don't think. Maybe you can get on the bottom of the scoreboard.
Tony Clark gets under that one, and it drifts back and back of the infield. David Bell drifting too, and makes a one-hand catch. So each of those Tigers, they tell us, weighs 5,000 pounds. And those were one of the last elements at the ballpark. Those were just cemented up there, not just a couple days ago, I guess.
Just think the technology it takes to get them up there, and to make sure they're secured.
Brad Ausmus takes it, and give me, if you'll let me.
Go ahead.
I just want to take a little time here in this inning to just give a shout out to the construction workers, and I hope a lot of them are watching right now.
Well, actually, they're sleeping.
Well, they've done an unbelievable job. And right around the time the last Detroit ballpark was built, I'll throw something at you from the poet and playwright Bertolt Brecht, which, you know, we do very often on these broadcasts. Quote Bertolt Brecht. But he wrote the following piece of prose. He said, "The books are filled with the names of kings. But was it kings who hauled the craggy blocks of stone? In the evening, when the Chinese wall was finished, where did the masons go?" There's a strike to Osmus. I hope the masons, the construction workers who built this ballpark right up from nothing, went to their favorite tavern today to toast the masterpiece they've made. This is
if they
pretty good.
Have got seats.
Right. Well, and many of them were here in the park a couple hours ago. Osmus rolling one to third. Guillen bobbles it, now flings it across. He gets Osmus. Part of the pregame ceremony, they had an incredibly large American flag that they unfurled. The men doing the unfurling, 250 strong, were all members of that Comerica Park construction crew. So they got a very rousing
round of applause.
They really did. I mean, and I think a lot of people kind of got emotional. You saw some of the guys on the field, the women, as well as the men that contributed in the construction of this ballpark. And it was tough not to get emotional up here because you just know how hard those guys worked, especially during a cold Detroit winter. Palmer, a swing and a miss. So just great to see them recognized before the first pitch was actually thrown. And guys, if you're watching, your work is noticed, it is appreciated.
Well, you know, thinking about the pressures that we're all under on a daily basis, and I was just thinking about this on the way in. The Tigers have not claimed that the park will be open for today. And we were down here yesterday, everybody was still hard to work. Look at the pressure to get this thing ready to go.
Outside 2-2 now.
And just how do you know that it's going to be ready? Because it was close. I guess that's what you call driving yourself to get the job done.
Another foul from Dean Palmer. Tigers lead the game 4-2. Well, undoubtedly there will be some things that we'll hear about tomorrow, things that didn't work exactly right. And that's what this first homestand is for, to work out whatever kinks need to be worked out.
Or things that did work and do work good. I can guarantee you that the fire alarm and emergency system works well here. We heard it 6 or 7 times yesterday, and it went off once today. That's very important.
Palmer takes a walk.
That 2 walks for Dino today.
Yes, it is. And the Tigers, you know, we talked about this so often in spring training, needing to be more Yankee-like in terms of their approach at the plate. Being more patient, taking more walks. The Tigers have plenty more walks than the Yankees do right now. So on approach, you give them some credit. Wins and losses, you don't quite yet. It's a 1-5 start.
Well, we're on top right now. We're trying to improve on that.
It's 4 walks in a round of 5 innings today for the Tigers. Kareem Garcia belting one. That's going to curl away down the left field line. Bill Madlock is the new Tiger hitting coach, and it is pretty much his charge to make sure the Tigers are as patient as he was in his playing day. This is a guy that only struck out 500 times and walked 600 times in his big league career.
And Bill Madlock's got a great facility. Now, just down behind him, down back here, is the tunnel to dual batting cages. Heated, well lit, and he'll be putting a lot of time in there with these Tiger players. You know, part of the key to being able to draw walks is confidence, and you got to have a confidence that you can shape that swing and hang in there with 2 strikes on you.
Garcia polished off, though, here with the second strike. Pretty nice pitch from Freddie Garcia. No relation, Freddie and Kareem. Goes down, tries to get it again and couldn't. And that will end the Tigers' 5th inning. We'll see Dan Wilson and company now for the Mariners as we get set for the 6th at Comerica. 4-2 ties.
We feel what you feel.
We sweat.
We hope.
We strive.
We're fans.
We're your fans.
We're the United Automobile Workers and General Motors, making and donating the cars and trucks our U.S. Olympic team hopefuls need for the long road ahead.
Together, we're the team behind the team.
Bill bought my ring at the Charles Kent River Company back in 1969.
And she's really enjoyed the 30 years of compliments.
So we suggested that Chip go back there to pick out Katie's diamond, too.
Going to Reaver was a great idea, but we live in Grand Rapids.
But you have to admit, it was well worth it. I never thought I'd have a ring as beautiful as Mom's. I love it.
Just dial Diamond, D-I-A-M-O-N-D.
Me. SpongeBob SquarePants, he's unique. He's absorbent. SpongeBob SquarePants every week on the ocean floor. His show's a real hoot. He lives in a fruit. SpongeBob SquarePants every week on Nickelodeon. Watch SpongeBob SquarePants only on Nickelodeon.
Join Nickelodeon's extroverted invertebrate every week on Americast from Ameritech.
Long shots, favorites, a preview of the NHL playoffs tonight.
Heading now to the top of the 6th inning, the new digs, Comerica Park. As you see the Detroit Athletic Club out there, it kind of looks like a posh athletic club inside. That's the Tigers clubhouse.
No, that is not the Tigers' den. And you can see how big and expansive it is right there. Nice couches, tables all over. You can see CJ right there.
It is a huge room. No wispy machine in there, I noticed, though.
There is ice cream. Actually, I went in there looking for fresh snacks yesterday. Jim Schmeichel did not have them displayed yet.
Well, Jim Schmeichel has been pulling all-nighters the last couple of days here, so we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Think about Jim Schmeichel. He's been in spring training. He went out to Oakland, down to Baltimore, has 2 days to move in here.
Longtime Tigers clubhouse manager. Moeller to Dan Wilson. And Wilson in this game with a couple of base hits, his first 2 ever against Brian Moeller. Brian Moeller right now as he works into the 6th inning. No action behind him in the bullpen. Up to 88 pitches.
Gotta believe they'll let him go between 110 and 120.
Wilson almost offering at the slider, did not. Oh, that ball hard right over the Seattle dugout. Somebody ducked to get out of the way and didn't quite make it.
No, he made it. That was almost the first I caught you. You know, here he had a 10-pointer here, a 20. And if you get all 3 of them, that's called a strike.
Yeah, keep the cap on that Diet Pepsi over there. That could have been a nasty spill.
And that ball hit right there. And if fans, if you come down there and you're sitting there, I can tell you, beware. There's a little guy. There's the first youngster to get a baseball at Comerica Park.
Rolled slowly to third. Here comes Palmer. He's got a bare hand. He gets rid of it, but can't get Wilson, who's 3 for 3. Remember, he had been 0 for 10 career against Moeller. Leadoff single for Seattle. Carlos Guillen coming up next.
Dan Wilson, he just kills the Tigers is the way I remember it. And boy, it's a shame that this gets to be a hit. We're going to watch it from low home right here. You see the ball just kind of lays down, and Dino's got to come in and bare-hand it. Unable to get anything on it, and that ball's probably pretty wet. Does a good job of grabbing it. You see you got to kind of 3 or 4 finger it instead of 2 finger it.
So the tying man comes to the plate. It is Carlos Guillen, who doubled last time. If you're just joining us, the first ever hit at this ballpark went to John Olerud back in the 1st inning. A double to right. First pitch was a called strike at 1:17 this afternoon. Brian Moeller to Mark McLemore. And the first Tiger hit was maybe appropriately a triple. We expect to see a lot of those. Luis Polonia got it on a ball that glanced off the glove of Mike Cameron in center. Moeller missing high, 2-0.
I think Phil Garner will have to keep a close eye on Brian Moeller right now. Really giving him good, strong 5 innings. You know he's pitching on a tender ankle.
Oh, he's given up 10 hits.
Brad Ausmus out to have a little chat with him.
Seattle has stranded runners in every inning. 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth and fifth. Add it all up, that's 8 left on base through 5 innings. That one crosses at the knees. It's 2-1.
We haven't had our first double play, have we?
Nope.
I think I sensed something.
There's an high strike again, 2-2. Nice of Phil Garner to take some time right before the game to chat with us. Hope you got a chance to hear from him from inside the Tiger clubhouse. That ball missing inside.
Well, let's take a look down at the Tigers bullpen. It's totally empty right now, and I'm kind of half expecting maybe somebody might be loosening up. There's really nobody in either bullpen, and I'm wondering, Josh, if maybe the players aren't under in the batting cages today because it's so cold out and they'll warm up there.
Could well be. That ball twisting, heading out of play.
Well, you know, Commissioner Seelig was talking about in the olden days, and that's kind of how in the olden days they used to trot him in from the dugout.
Right.
Actually, they used to warm up right there in the on-deck circle.
But, you know, I thought the commissioner made a pretty good point talking about the common thread of all the new ballparks open really since the underwhelming new Comiskey Open. They've all got something unique about them. Baltimore has a warehouse. Arizona, the swimming pool. This year, San Francisco's got the bay. And, of course, here, maybe more than anything, what Detroit has, besides the dancing waterfalls and the carousel, what they've got is Detroit. The awesome view of downtown might become one of the staples of this place.
Well, you can tell the weather's getting ready, getting better. You see the airplanes flying around now. We didn't see that earlier. The skies are lifting. There they go, pulling the banner.
That ball down and in. Carlos Guillen has bumped Wilson over to second. It's 2 on, nobody out. And Moeller up and over. 90 pitches, getting up towards 100. Folks, tomorrow it's the premiere of the all-new National Sports Report, the nightly news show that gives you the complete wrap-up in sports. Internet interaction, news and highlights, opinions, and analysis. We'll take you beyond the box score. The National Sports Report premieres tomorrow night at 10. Only right here on Fox Sports Net. Well, now you've got the top of the order, Mark McLemore. Tying man at first for Seattle. And the bunt deadened and fouled right there near home plate.
You see Phil Garner talking to his bench coach there. That's Bob Melvin on the left. A lot of conversation going on right now, so.
McLemore normally a pretty good bunter. Now we'll see if they fire it up again. It's 0-1. Looking to swing, and he pounds it to Tony Clark. Got him! Races there and gets the double play!
Yeah.
Well, Gibby, you called it a couple minutes ago. It wasn't the conventional double play. It was a spectacular double play for 2 outs.
Well, Tony's in on the grass, and Lou Piniella rolls the dice here and thinks, well, I'm going to get it through the hole. There you see the ISO. And Guillen is caught off base. Look how far behind Tony he is right there. Now, the rule as a runner is you want to be one step further than the first baseman. Again, he's got to let that ball go through. And Tony Clark with a great reaction play right there. And doubles off again. 2 away here. Good help to Brian Moeller and the Tigers.
Clark had a pair of terrific plays in Baltimore on Saturday. Cameron Williams and misses a changeup from Moeller. Tigers have made 3 errors today. Seattle has 10 hits, but it's 4-2 Detroit. Again, nothing brewing in the bullpen right now for either side. Moeller up and over 100 pitches. Went 6 innings in Oakland 6 days ago. That was a loss. Slapped foul and caught. Nice play down there by a cold Comerica Park patron. That'll warm you up a little bit.
See, he brought his gloves.
Well, no question, Michiganders were going to know how to dress
I hope
for
that
this
guy
one today.
Wasn't supposed to be working today. We just busted him.
We exposed you, sorry. Runner at second, 2 out. Got a check swing. Did he go? No sale, says who we believe to be Mark Wegner down there at first base.
He has now joined the Bandit squad.
Jim Reynolds, the second base umpire. He was here for closing day at Tiger Stadium. Young umpire out of Connecticut. And he joins Rick Reed, again, the native Detroiter, getting the honor of having home plate today. Rick Reed was at Tiger Stadium as a fan for the '84 World Series. 2-2 pitch. Belted to right field. Kareem Garcia to the track. And we're still looking for our first Comerica Park home run. Brian Moeller online to get a victory. It is 4-2 Tigers over the Mariners. He was helped out. You called Tony Clark a bandit earlier. Well, he sure played like one. He turned a terrific double play.
This bank lets you live like no other, with the most alternative ways to access your money. This bank lets you go, be, do to your heart's content. This bank lets you be on a clock or on a mountain, complete. With online and telephone banking, Michigan's largest ATM network in locations far and wide. This bank is Comerica. And in so many innovative ways, it lets you bank easier, bank everywhere, because at this bank, we listen, we understand, we make it work.
Ba 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 ba. You show me.
Beep, bop, bop, bing, bang.
Ba ba ba
No,
ba.
I don't know.
You've got it there, now you've got to feel it here.
The joy of living, joy of life, joy of laughing, joy of sight, joy of cola in your life. Ba, 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 ba.
She's got it!
To better protect your lawn from grubs, we got inside the mind of the grub.
Oh, am I hungry? I'm starving. I need me some grass root. I'm gonna eat the whole yard.
Introducing Bayer Advanced season-long grub control with merit. Kills more grubs, guaranteed.
What's this?
And just one application protects your lawn all season long.
I ain't hungry no more.
Bayer Advanced. Better thinking, better results.
Get an inside look at the Red Wings run for the cup. Red Wings Weekly, Saturday mornings at 11.
Tigers 4, Seattle 2 as we unwrap the beautiful new stadium, Comerica Park. And there are new toys for everyone. The trainers have some new digs. That's the old stuff.
And that's the whole room right there. That's a nice whirlpool that we used to take a dip in. Now here's the new one. That's a big, and that is a rehab whirlpool. Very big and spacious. There you see the training room in behind it and the little ones behind.
Slightly larger, slightly more comfortable for Russ Miller. And for Steve Carter, they do a great job.
Well, I hope that helps to get players to play, maybe when they're injured sometime. With all those new facilities, the new technology.
Juan Encarnacion against Freddie Garcia on appeal. He did not swing. It's 1-0. Tigers are without Damian Easley today. The rib cage muscle pull.
And that's a bad one. I've had one of those, and that's probably a 4 to 6 weeker if he indeed did rip it.
And we're all waiting for Juan Gonzalez to come back from the hamstring problem. You know that Juan would have loved to have been out there to be introduced among the starters to the big crowd here this afternoon, but he could not make it happen. Count 3-0 to Encarnacion, a good sign, because this is one of the guys that you really want to start in terms of taking more walks. Brian Moeller on line for the win. There you go. Juan Encarnacion, a leadoff walk in the 6th inning.
That's great.
Need some more of those this year. He and
Second one already
Yep.
this year. Last year he didn't get more than 10, did he?
Well, you had
14 out of 500 at bats.
Yeah, you had only 2 players in baseball last year that got up 500 times, didn't walk at least 15. They bat back-to-back for the Tigers, and Encarnacion and this guy, Davy Cruz. And again, both men know what they're being instructed to do this year. That is, get more walks. Look out, Cruz buckles back.
And I've been watching Freddie Garcia all game. He's a guy, it seems like you could really get a decent jump off him, and you see Davy Cruz square around the bunt. We're going to keep an eye on Juan Encarnacion over there at first base. Maybe he'll steal and then be bunted over. And I haven't really had the luxury of standing on this part of the infield to feel the texture and how hard it is and just how fast it is. Ooh, Garcia almost balked again there.
Walked in a run back in the 1st inning with the bases loaded.
See how that slow leg kick?
And Cruz bunts it foul. The count 1-1.
Boy, I'd like to see Juan steal that bag. A lot of bunting so far this year by the Tigers, and that is definitely Phil Garner and his attitude. He wants to see players move. There you see Mr. Mansolino giving the signs over to Juan Encarnacion.
Mansolino, one of the new additions to the Tigers, but not to Phil Garner. He was a base coach for him the last couple of years in Milwaukee.
The first.
And Encarnacion back in.
Now, when you're a base runner and you're a base stealer, you look for various clues if he's going to throw over to first. Now, watch this toe right here. It's tucked in. He's going home. Oh, he had me.
Gibby picked off in the bottom of the Tiger 6th.
But you look at things like that, and I thought last time that it was pointed a little forward. See right here, there's the move, and that's kind of a jump move. One in safely.
The worst things have happened to you on home openers than that.
Oh, been picked off, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I haven't been watching it too closely, but he had me there.
Garcia's 1-1. Again, the bunch is coming. This time it's Olerud coming in. To David Bell covering. So the sacrifice from Davy Cruz, his 2nd of the afternoon. A lot of the fans have left their seats. They are now walking around the ballpark. I think one of the popular standing areas is going to be right out there, Gibby, by the statues. You get a great look leaning on those railings.
Yeah, if you keep going to the right there, you'll see a pretty good crowd that is gathered already.
Capacity crowd of 40,000 at the beginning of it today to watch the ceremonies and the first pitch. Bologna takes down and outside, and we mentioned it Freddie Garcia has always been tough on these Detroit Tigers. It's not a long history, but a win today gives him 4 wins against the Tigers in 4 starts in 4 different ballparks: Kingdome, Tiger Stadium, Safeco Field, and now gunning for here. In the air to center. And it's Mike Cameron settling under it. Encarnacion ready to tag, but he hangs at second base after the second out.
Smart play to stay.
Folks, we invite you to be here tomorrow. It'll be the first night game ever at Comerica Park. Come see what it looks like under the lights when the Tigers take on the Mariners at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans get a Tigers calendar sponsored by the Tigers Visa card. For tickets, 24825 Tiger. We're told there are tickets remaining really for the entire rest of the homestand in the race to get here to the opener. Let's not forget that the Mariners are still in Wednesday and Thursday. The Devil Rays over the weekend. Jeffries takes. Garcia up and over 100 pitches for the afternoon.
Be a big hit for the Tigers right here. Greg Jeffries and they didn't want Encarnacion. Give them Tigers a 3-run lead here. Going into the 7th. We'll break that pitch count down for you a little bit. You see 61 strikes, 42 balls.
They really struggled through that first inning. 29 pitches, including a couple of 2-out walks and a 2-out balk. Down and in to Jeffries, who actually gets to take his own freeway to work from out in the western suburbs. That's where he lives here in the Detroit area. Yeah. Spelled a little differently. Freddie Garcia's 2-1. Breaking ball for a strike. You see, he keeps blowing on the pitching hand literally after every pitch he delivers.
Normally that's illegal. It would normally be a ball, but the umpires give permission when the weather is inclement and cold. You want the pitcher to have a good feel for the ball. You want to let it get away.
Stroke towards center. Cameron started back, has to race in, and he won't get it. Jeffries on the bobble out there, going for second. He dives in there. The Tigers do have the extra run. It's 5-2. Both center fielders having some problems out there today.
Well, again, it's a perception thing. New ballpark. You can see right there. There he was. He broke back. Unable to get in. And Greg Jeffries on the bobble. Very alert. Goes on to second base and gives Bobby Higginson a chance to let the Tigers pick up a free run here. No reason to bare hand that ball. You got a glove on the other hand. You want to use that leather and your bare hand to grasp that ball and secure it.
Single E8 and an RBI. Here's Higginson. Only the second time today he hasn't put the first pitch to him in play.
Bobby Higgy's hit a fastball to center field for his triple. He was gotten out last time on a splitter. I'm sitting off speed.
Indeed, down in the dirt, 2-0.
Well, you've got base open at first base. Tony Clark in the on-deck circle, who has struggled a little bit today, and with Freddie Garcia.
Brian Price, the young pitching coach for the Mariners, out to talk to Garcia. We have still yet to see either bullpen go to work here.
That we know of.
That's right. Both teams elected to stretch inside today. You've got a roomy enough clubhouse to do that. Heck, you could play highlight in there, both clubhouses.
Highlight? Why would you pick that kid?
I don't know. Just
maybe lacrosse.
Good soccer. You could play soccer.
Big time wrestling.
No wrestling. Thank you.
You and I? We'll tag team?
If we're tag team, that's fine. I'm not going mano a mano.
Well, you're the sacrificial lamb. You go first.
Obviously, I saw you with Joey.
Then you reach for me, and then I just can't touch you.
I saw you with Joey Koster on the locker room the other day. Higginson drives one right field.
Oh, it's going to go foul.
Poking away, and Higginson stood and watched as it did so. They don't have the overhang anymore. You do have what is still obviously a fair right field. And you wonder how long it's going to take some of these lefty hitters to adjust to what is now kind of a regular dimension down there instead of Tiger Stadium.
Well, the wind is blowing straight out to right.
Higginson backed off, 3-1.
Okay, 3-1. First base open. Tony Clark on deck. What do you set?
I got to be looking for that fastball here on 3-1.
Well, not me. I'm looking for something off speed.
You got it. But that's the pitch that he carved up Higginson with last time. How does he double up, go back there again on 3-2?
I can't tell you that. That's the old saying, though. Whatever he 3-2 to, he goes 3-2. Now you've got to protect against the fastball. And sit on the off speed.
Off speed, hammered back to the net. Got kind of a rolling breaking pitch up there.
And Higgy with a good cut right there. He was sitting back, waiting for it. Saw it too good, actually. A little bit of an overswing. I had just a little feel for a big mom right here. Somebody's going to hit a home run for us.
Higginson fouls it. Tigers with 2 in the first, 2 in the second, had a 4-0 lead. Seattle came back with 1 in the fourth and 1 in the fifth. Tigers have a run in here in the sixth. Greg Jeffries, his second RBI of the afternoon. Tigers have hit a pair of triples. We have not seen a home run yet at Comerica Park from either side.
Off speed.
Higginson belts it, and it rockets foul. We'll do a 3-2 again.
Gosh, Higgy, stay back a little longer on that. He's locked in. Good approach, good at bat. I want to see those Tigers growl on top of that scoreboard. I want to see those waters dance. I want to add a little color to it.
Ninth pitch of the at bat. And a foul ball will necessitate a 10. Jeffries again has been one of the hitting stars for the Tigers today. We mentioned the Tigers have a couple of triples in what should be a triples park. Wahoo Sam Crawford's got the Tiger record, by the way, 26 of them in one season. The third year at Michigan in Trumbull, 1914. Luis Polonia's got a triple today. This one's in play, but right to the third baseman, Guillen. And he throws out Bobby Higginson after the 10th pitch of that at bat. We'll see Alex Rodriguez, John Olerud, Edgar Martinez. When we come back, it'll be the Mariners' 7th inning on Fox Sports Net.
Unrivaled connectivity to the arts and entertainment, science and medicine, industry and education. Wayne State University, a comprehensive national research university entering a new era of greatness. 200,000 alumni already know, and 32,000 students are learning. Wayne State University is the intellectual hub of Metro Detroit. Connect to us. Call toll-free 877-WSU-INFO or visit us at wayne.edu.
Hear the roar in the distance. Feel the ground begin to shake. The gentle breeze becomes a sudden wind. As a sense of panic fills the air.
What in the world? I can't believe what we just saw.
And in a frenzied rush, WCW Spring Stampede is here. Sunday, April 16th, live and only on pay-per-view. Call your Kilonet Satellite Company to order now. N.A. Mann's is the only place where you'll find the best value in kitchen and bath cabinets. N.A. Mann's features semi-custom, made in Michigan, Pioneer cabinetry. Experience the flexibility of Pioneer and a full 3-year warranty. See the design experts at N.A. Mann's, located in Canton and in Trenton.
N.A. Mann's Building Center.
matters. Come build a lasting relationship with us.
Test your Sports IQ nightly. Sports Geniuses, weeknights at 6 and 11 on Fox Sports Net.
Tigers lead it 5-2 here at Comerica Park. And if you're looking to put your sports knowledge to the test, make sure you watch Sports Geniuses, the new nightly game show that challenges even the most knowledgeable sports fans. Sports Geniuses, weeknights at 6 and 11, right here on Fox Sports Net. We are right here at Comerica Park. First time we've been able to say that. First of many. And John McHale, the Tigers president, is the man that helped with the vision of Mr. Ilitch. And well, congratulations, John. This obviously is, it's not an 80-degree day, but this is Detroit, Michigan. I don't think we should be surprised by that. You've got a lot of happy customers down there, though.
Josh, do you have enough room?
Yeah, thanks. I do.
How's the view? Okay.
This is wonderful.
All right. Kirk, is the window clear?
So far, so good. I'm not going to complain.
Okay.
Well, you know, we don't want to be the first ones complaining here today. You know,
you won't be.
Danny Patterson takes over. Kirk and I were saying about 20 minutes ago, I think that's kind of what the first homestand of any new ballpark is all about. You find out what the wrinkles are, you identify them, you smooth them out. You've got some time to work this out, hopefully quickly.
Oh, sure. Well, just as the players have to learn how the park plays, all of our systems and the people involved in our systems have to shake themselves out too, from delivery of services to ushering to food and all that kind of stuff.
So overall, everything's, you open the park like you said you would. My question was, how did you really know that it was going to be on time? Because it's amazing. We've watched kind of it came right down to the wire, didn't it?
Well, it did, Kirk, as a matter of fact. And sometimes you just have to believe. You have to just visualize. Somebody once told me that you can be successful if you visualize yourself being successful, and then your conduct matches the expectations that your mind sets for it. So
I think I read that in a book somewhere, as a matter of fact.
We convinced ourselves that it would open on time, and lo and behold, here we are.
The Kurt Gibson philosophy pays off here at Comerica Park. Shane Halter, by the way, into the game now to play second base. And it is Danny Patterson, the former Texas Ranger, on the mound against Alex Rodriguez. We're chatting with John McHale. Patterson just missing. Well, have you had a chance? I asked you before the game today if you'd really had a chance just to kind of settle in, take a deep breath. You said probably not till tonight. Have you had any time to yourself at all today to enjoy this?
Well, not too much. Part of what I've been enjoying today is spending time with people of all variety that have worked to make this a reality. We've had people fly in from California that had seminal roles in the development of the program back in 1995 and 1996. We've had distinguished visitors like the commissioner. We've had great old Tigers here, and so I've been trying to spend a little bit of time with all of them, and that's been a terrific way to enjoy the day so far.
Alex Rodriguez is on with a leadoff walk. Brian Moeller, by the way, for the second time in 2 starts this year, going 6 innings. The difference is this time for Phil Garner, he's on line for a victory. 5-2 Detroit, as we continue to chat with Tigers president John McHale.
Now, how do you make the decision? You got a forecast for 2 to 4 inches. I mean, then it goes 1 to 3, and then maybe we'll only get an inch. And I mean, when's like your do or die time? When do you have to make the decision?
Well, I think today we were determined to do everything we could to get the game in. So I think we came to the park very, very early this morning with a reasonable shot, given what we'd seen of the weather forecasts, and we were just going to try to play it right up to game time with the hopes that the weather might break for us, and it got good enough. It's a Michigan day.
And that's the response. I was out talking to people, and they said, hey, they totally expected it to go on, and I think you would have caught a lot of flack if you would have canceled it. I mean, they expected it.
It just wasn't that bad a day to be pessimistic about our chances, and of course, after working as everybody has over the last month to try to come to today, we were determined to give it every shot.
You really don't realize the full scope of how many people are involved until you start walking around here in the tunnel of the stadium. I mean, you're basically the host of a 40,000 person luncheon today, and there's a lot that goes into that.
Yes, indeed.
2-0 to Olerud, catches the outside corner, 2-1.
Well, we've been kind of watching how the players have responded to the field. We've already watched 2 triples today, which I don't think we have 2 triples in the game last year at Tiger Stadium. And now we're looking at Danny Patterson here. He's come in, walked A-Rod, struggled a little bit with the strike zone. You wonder how the pitchers are going to adapt to the mound. Is that the same mound pretty much? Is that the specs to it?
Yeah, it is pretty much the same specs the pitching staff and the pitching coach worked pretty closely with Heather Nabozny to make sure we took the dimensions from Tiger Stadium and reinstalled them here, and it's been in pretty good shape for a number of weeks. So I'd be a little bit surprised if the construction of the mound was causing any of these problems.
Tigers lead it 5-2, 2-1 the count to Olerud, who had this stadium's first ever hit. Flashing that one to left. Higginson drifting back, still going, reaching up, he's got it. Nice job by Bobby Higginson in retreating very quickly as Alex Rodriguez to first.
Excellent route by Bobby out there, and I think, in my opinion, and Josh, and maybe you agree with me, the neatest or the coolest thing, which is a really good touch thing, I want to know whose idea this was the home plate over the home plate. I mean, who came up with that? Is it anywhere else? You going to take credit for that one?
No, I won't take credit for it. Virtually every good idea in this ballpark, Kirk, belongs to Mike Ilitch. And,
that's pretty cool right there.
I'll leave it at that.
Well, you've got obviously the statues, the stainless steel statues, which is such a great touch to put them over the top out there in left center. Still a flagpole in play. And I think as we look around too, John, I mean, you kind of cast your eyes out towards right field beyond the bullpens. That Pepsi picnic porch already seems like it's been kind of a magnet. People are going to check that out.
Yeah, that's been a very attractive place for people to stop and watch a little bit of the game, as has been the concourse between that area and center field.
We'll show you that in just a moment. San Francisco did something similar at Ballpark. Ownership there figured we want to have the public have access to this ballpark from outside. You get to walk around and actually peer right in. And you check out the picnic porch up high, but down below that, over the retired names and numbers, you've got the ability to just kind of stroll by and take a look in. Tigers by 3 on a chilly opening day. Home opener of the year 2000, the first time that we've had an opening day in Detroit anywhere other than the corner of Michigan Trumbull in, well, a very long time. That one floats in for a strike. It's 1-1. Rick Reed, we've mentioned it, John, just to kind of tie in some history. He's got a home plate today, and he put in his papers to make sure that he would have opening day today.
Yeah, isn't it great that Rick could be here?
Absolutely. Detroit native. And you see a lot of people with ties to Detroit coming back. They did for the closing of Tiger Stadium. They're here for this debut today. Patterson just missing 2-1.
I think Danny Patterson wanted that pitch. Now, I got it. What would you say? It's 95% done now, the stadium. I mean, what's the 5% left? Now, where are your digs at? Are you over here yet, or are you still over at Michigan and Trumbull?
No, I'm still at Michigan and Trumbull. We've got a whole third floor of our office building, which has to get finished, along with a lot of minor plastering and flooring kinds of stuff around the ballpark.
Martinez whacks one towards the right side out of play.
Did the guys pretty much work last 48 hours? Was it going pretty much around the clock?
Around the clock, the last 48 hours. We got some requests if we couldn't have a 2:05 start. Right? But we drew a line in the sand at 1:05 and said they had to stop working no matter how much or how little they got done that night.
All capacity crowd to begin it here, 40,000. Which seems to put the laws of supply and demand pretty much perfectly here in Detroit. Cleveland, a similar kind of capacity. That ball stroked towards right center. And Garcia moving under it. He's got it. That'll be the second down. Of course, we started talking about it a little bit as well, that it's a nice long homestand to begin this. 9 games, as a matter of fact, John, in 10 days. Is that a good thing or in some ways a bad thing?
Well, it's a mixed blessing. It certainly will be good from an operational standpoint. Whether it's a good thing from a weather standpoint remains to be seen. But we'll see Tampa Bay and we'll see Boston in here, so that the players will get a very good sense of what the park plays like early in the season.
Can you make arrangements to have it be 39 degrees of game time for Pedro Martinez, please?
That may give us an edge.
Yeah, that's a little over my head, but I'll see what I can do.
Well, put in your papers like Rick Reed did.
Yeah.
Buhner sails one in a left. That's a base hit. Rodriguez coming around second. He's going to dig for
second base.
Higginson goes to third base too late, but holding at first is Jay Buhner with his third single of the afternoon. Well, the noted a home run hitter, singling up a storm. He's got an infield single, one to center, now one to left.
Well, you might have heard me say second base. That's the normal thing that you do right here. You're going to watch Higgy. I believe you take him. He's going to get down in the corner right here, and he does peek back and look at the runner on first base right here. Notices he's not going, so he takes a little peek. Then he goes ahead and takes a shot at third base. Doesn't get it. Tigers now faced with the first and third, 2 out. Danny Patterson faced with a little bit of a dilemma right here.
Kirk Buhner did a nice job of not trying to do too much there. He just got a ball that he could hit and just took it right into left field.
Well, he did right there, and you know, when you watch some of the batters that have been around for a while, you know, they generally have a game plan, much the way I know that Phil Carter's really preached that a lot with his ball club so far, is kind of realize who's on the mound. And you look at Danny Patterson right here struggling a little bit, and on his breaking ball, maybe he's going to try and filter it in there a little more, not snap it off as much.
Well, the Mariners have announced John Mabry as a pinch hitter. Phil Garner is out there. And again, assumably, there have been the Tigers warming up inside. Doug Brocail is ready to come on. And John, do you mind hanging with us? So far, you've been pretty good luck, so we really can't let you leave quite yet.
I'm here.
All right, very good. More with John McHale in just a moment. Tigers trying to get to the 7th inning stretch, still with a 5-2 lead. We'll be right back.
All over Michigan, independent insurance agents are talking about what it takes to get the best employees for their clients' companies.
If I'm interviewing for a job and the pay is the same and one offers me a better benefit package, that sort of makes that decision a little bit easier.
You talk about benefits before you talk about salary. The first question might come out of their mouth, do you have health insurance and who is it with?
Blue Cross Blue Shield and Blue Care Network HMO of Michigan. We're listening, we're learning, for you, for life.
Everything else seems like, you know, the brand X.
The greatest lawns of America have a look, a feel that can come from only one place.
It's good to touch the green, green grass of home.
True Green Chem Lawn, where the grass is always greener. For a free lawn analysis, call us today.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Detroit Tigers and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Detroit Tigers.
One of the top of the scoreboard Tigers.
Tiger.
2.5 tons worth of Tiger. Doug Brocail takes over on the mound. He, too, a little bit ferocious. And hopefully can carve up Mr. John Mabry, who's going to pinch hit right now. Brocail, 5 hits in 3 1/3 innings. Took the loss in Baltimore, giving up a hit in the 10th inning on Saturday. It's runners at the corners, 2 out. John Mabry represents the tying run. 5-2 Tigers. They scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second. Raced out 4-0 today. Mabry swats it right back this way. We continue to chat with Tiger President John McHale. Well, if you had to label it, I guess, John, I mean, I know you've been looking so forward to this day, as Tiger fans have. I mean, can you actually label it a success yet, or does it need to be a Tiger victory to pull that through?
Well, having the day is a wonderful start, and I told myself all morning that if we could just get the game in and have a successful opening, I'd be satisfied. But of course, as soon as the bell rings and the first pitch goes, you revert to form and you become a competitor again. So, you know, now we got to win the game.
I don't think people realize just how competitive Mr. McHale is right here. I know that's true, and of course you had a little competitive nature from Notre Dame when you were down there, but you really got it. You can't just be satisfied with the park's open, can you?
Oh, not a bit. The park is a means to an end, Kirk. It's a means in the 21st century to getting us the kind of ball club that will return us to the World Series, and that's our full focus now, beginning today.
And I know you and Mr. Illich take a lot of pride too in how this ballpark will help the renaissance of the entire downtown.
That's very important too, but I say again, really at heart.
This is the football guy.
You want a ring? Is that what you're saying?
I want Mike to have a ring, and I want all our players to have a ring, and what we want to do is be here in October.
Well, hey, every 16 years, I've been telling people, it's a World Series for Detroit. 68, 84. I wasn't a math major, but I think we're due.
So you're saying we shouldn't worry about it?
That's right. Mabry down on strike. See Brocail, you know that he's going to come through.
He was a little puffed up.
Yeah, just
he wanted to pitch. He got his chance to pitch.
Hey, thanks so much, John McHale, and congratulations.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, Josh. It's a great day for all of us.
Job well done.
Great. Thank you.
All right, it is the 7th inning stretch. In a day of first, the first 7th inning stretch of the year gets a yowl from Doug Brocail. It's 5-2 Tigers.
He's in there all year long, screaming and carrying on. Tigers, Pistons, even the Red Wings. And he's never been on skates in his whole life. And he'll be screaming at the players like he can do it better. Fool.
In the zone, you just can't miss. But getting there takes hard work. The right training. The right technology. The new K-Swiss trainer with shock spring technology. It supports your hard work while you focus on getting there.
We are what you are.
We feel what you feel.
We see what you see. We're your fans.
We're the United Automobile Workers and General Motors, making and donating the cars and trucks our U.S. Olympic team hopefuls need for the long road ahead.
Together, we're the team behind the team.
Comerica Park's debut. Tigers 5, Seattle 2. Let's go find John Keating.
Well, Josh, we found another of our new favorite seats. You won't see this at many ballparks. Right behind home plate, the mesh actually goes all the way down to the ground, and so there's no fence in front of you. You got a great view of both the pitcher and the catcher in the batter's box. This is Willie of Novi. This is a pretty good seat, is it not?
Yes, it is. A lot warmer down here, too, than it is up there.
You'll notice that we're only using Willie's first name because Willie basically is a scofflaw. This is not, he has season tickets. He just doesn't have a season ticket to this particular seat. So, Willie, I'm sorry. You're under arrest. You'll have to come with me. Let's go back upstairs to Josh Lewin.
All right, John, thank you very much. Tony Clark comes in there against a new pitcher, Jose Paniagua, as Freddie Garcia's day is done. He went 6 innings. So did Brian Moeller today. Moeller, the last man ever to win at Tiger Stadium, could be the first man ever to win at Comerica Park. And Tony Clark takes down an in. He made a terrific defensive play in the top of the 6th inning on Mark McLemore, starting a double play. Huge. Clark fouls one. Jose Paniagua got into the game against the Yankees on Sunday back in Seattle at Safeco Field, or as they call it there traditionally with that bullpen, no lead is safe, Field. Clark, a rocket to right, base hit. And of course the bullpen has long been a big problem for Seattle. Tigers have gotten to that bullpen. Let's see if they can roll out from where it is right now. It's 5-2.
Take a look at Tony Clark right here. Great concentration. Gets a fastball. Been looking for it. You see the eyes right down on the ball. Tony Clark has his first base hit in the new Comerica Park.
5th hit of the year. Brad Ausmus will come up next. Infield, a double play depth for Seattle as Ausmus takes inside.
See Brad Ausmus looking at signs. Something may be on. I don't think they'll be bunting with a 3-run lead. I don't think Phil Garner would try and hit around with Tony Clark either.
one's down the middle. It's 1-1. A couple of changes defensively. John Mabry stays in the game and plays left field for Seattle. That bumps Mark McLemore in to play second base. David Bell, of course, is out. Osman's the best Tiger hitter so far for average. He's 10 for 24 this year. And he loops that one. It is grabbed by Olerud. And he is a terrific defensive player. He comes back to the American League and reminds us of that. Tough break for Brad Osmus. Clark scrambling back to first.
John Olerud, just an all-around player. Not only offensively here, you're going to see how you're supposed to come off the bag. You're ready. Broken it down, and Tony Clark, good base running right there. Pretty tough read for him. Able to get back and not get doubled up.
So now Dean Palmer. He crushes one foul back this way. Now once again, for those of you who are watching live right now around 4 o'clock in Detroit, we'll have a replay of this game for you at 7 o'clock tonight. So if you're just getting home, you've been here for a while, but just wanted to seek some heat. You want to see how it looked right from the get-go. Join us at 7 tonight. Palmer with this one heading towards the right field corner. It's going to spin foul. Of course, for those of you that are watching the replay right now, you already know how this game ends. We don't.
I know how it ends.
Email us and let us know.
I know how it ends.
You do?
Yeah. Tigers win.
You got a final for me there, big guy? I got you there.
You didn't get me.
No, well, I'm still trying, actually. 0-2 from Paniagua. Oh! Very much up and in. And that gets some of the fans up and yelling at Jose Paniagua.
There you see Dino right there. That's up in his mug. Dean Palmer doesn't usually glare out at people. He heard that one. And the reason for that being, that used to say 0-2.
Now, Palmer rips and misses, and he's still got kind of a long lingering look out there for Paniagua upon retreat.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if we don't see some type of same activity from the one of the Tiger arms and one of the Seattle players.
That would warm things up a little bit. And Phil Garner, who differentiates between being a bully and just playing a hardball, is certainly not a guy that dislikes seeing a team answer when something has happened like that.
Well, I think he expects it.
Doesn't mean you have to conk anybody, but just come back and
let them know that you know that that's not acceptable.
Kareem Garcia, the Tiger batter.
Now, one of the other things is when things like that happen, when somebody buzzes one of your teammates' head, you kind of look down the dugout, and maybe a few of the guys come up to the top step and have a few words with the opposing pitcher.
Another strike to Kareem Garcia. And you look at Doug Mansolino down there. It was his pluck as a Chicago White Sox base coach that first got the attention of Phil Garner. The White Sox and the Milwaukee Brewers had an incredible brawl a few years ago.
Yes, they did.
And Mansolino was coaching for the White Sox. The fight had died down. He came over to the Brewers dugout as a White Sox and challenged the entire dugout. The guy's 5'8". He said, "Come on, I'll take you all on." Garner said, "I got to get that guy." And he did for his staff the next year.
Well, I can tell you if any of that kind of activity does take place this year, that Phil Garner and Mansolino will be out there. Of course, they have some nice enforcement in Lance Parrish from the representing the coaches.
That's somebody who's got your flank. Garcia bloops one. And it's still 1-2. Yeah, the Tigers, it is an interesting mix on the coaching staff. And Lance Parrish, who is now the team's bullpen coach, still in unbelievable shape. You see him out there in the spring training with that kind of Chachi or Cola thing with the sleeves cut off his t-shirt. And those guns. Looks like he could still nail you.
Well, the bullpen is behind Lance. That's where the tunnel is, leading down. And I asked Mr. McHale off the air if they did have mounds down there, and he confirmed that they did.
That's where the relievers have been warming up on a chilly day. Garcia down on strikes, and we're at the end of 7. Tigers 5, Mariners 2 at the Comerica Park opener on Fox Sports Net. Wilson coming up for Seattle.
We feel what you feel.
We sweat.
We hope.
We strive.
We're fans.
We're your fans.
We're the United Automobile Workers and General Motors, making and donating the cars and trucks our U.S. Olympic team hopefuls need for the long road ahead.
Together, we're the team behind the team.
The greatest lawns of America have a look, a feel that can come from only one place.
It's good to touch the green, green grass of home.
True Green Chem Lawn, where the grass is always greener. For a free lawn analysis, call us today.
Screwdriver. Hammer. Hacksaw. Ratchet. You know, Phil, this just isn't going to work out.
The MVP is ready to take Texas to the top, but the road to the title still goes through Jeter and the Yankees. Rangers, Yankees, Baseball Thursday on Fox Sports Net.
It's the Tigers 5, the Seattle Mariners 2. We're through 7 innings here in Comerica Park's debut. Tigers have been out hit 11-7, but do have the lead. The game summary brought to you by Comerica. Brian Moeller. 6 innings, he's on line for the win. Polonia and Jeffries have been among the hitting stars with Bobby Higginson. Seattle, tough time with men in scoring position, 2 out of 13.
Look at the defense here. Davy Cruz and Dean Palmer have to adjust to the infield dirt and the soft grass. Kareem Garcia handles the corner very appropriately right here. You see Davy Cruz again on the infield. Juan Encarnacion, I think that ball hit a seam in the sod from the grass. And Tony Clark, well, we didn't get to Tony Clark there, but he had a fine defensive play to help the Tigers out of a jam.
Really was the play of the game, that diving play to turn a double play in the 6th inning. That was when it was 4-2, and Seattle was threatening with 2 on, nobody out. Ball and a strike to Dan Wilson. Well, you mentioned he's a Tiger killer. You're right. New ballpark, same old Dan Wilson.
When Dan Wilson first came up, he looked like he couldn't hit his way out of a paper bag, but he certainly did against us.
Well, until a few seasons ago, he always had what was called warning track power, but he muscled up, and the balls that used to die on the track are now arcing into the 8th row of seats. Sends that one to right field. Pretty good way is back there, but there's Kareem Garcia. Warning track power indeed on a day like today
in Comerica.
So there's a first out of the 8th. Doug Brocail came on for Danny Patterson, who relieved Brian Moeller. And you had mentioned last inning with the pitch up and in to Dean Palmer. It'll be interesting to see if the Tigers choose to send one inside at any part of this 8th inning. Strike from Brocail. Doug Brocail telling us before the game that no question about it, he not only wanted to get in today, he felt like he needed to get in today. There's a pitch inside.
Told you. You don't want to look back at Doug Brocail. Phil Garner knows what's going on.
Fire towards right center. Encarnacion and Garcia together.
Call it.
Juan Encarnacion, the one-handed catch. And it's back to the top of the order for Mark McLemore. Tigers fans, be at Comerica Thursday for the 7:05 game against the Seattle Mariners. That's your chance to see Hideo Nomo. And the first 10,000 fans 14 and under receive an official Major League Baseball collector card set. 248-25 Tiger, the number to call. The frozen Mr. McLemore 0 for 4 today. If you missed the beginning and you missed the Winans singing the national anthem, you missed the ceremonial first pitch and the actual first pitch. We'll try to detail some of what happened in just a bit. What will be recorded is the first pitch strike at 1:17 in the afternoon. That was from Moeller to this guy, Mark McLemore. John Olerud, the first base hit at the ballpark, a double. Luis Polonia had the first Tiger hit. It was a triple. Another strike, and it's 3-2.
Good job by Doug Brocail. Goes ahead and just gives himself up. Goes right down the chute. Want to do the same here again. Comerica. You got to say, look, hit it out. Go ahead. You want to encourage players from the opposing team to put it in play, especially in the air.
And that hopefully, again, as we talked to John McHale an inning or two ago, that hopefully will entice some pitchers to want to check this place out and call Comerica Park their own. That's got to be comforting to know that you can get away with some mistakes at a place like this. On the ground to Tony Clark. And he leads Brocail to the bag. The Tigers still lead it 5-2 for the home opener of the year 2000 at Comerica Park. We'll see Juan Encarnacion among others in the Tigers' 8th inning.
We are what you are.
We feel what you feel.
We see what you see. We're your fans.
We're the United Automobile Workers and General Motors, making and donating the cars and trucks our U.S. Olympic team hopefuls need for the long road ahead.
Together, we're the team behind the team.
This is awesome.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I can't believe you're only paying. A deal is only a deal if you get something good. Take the delicious new spicy chicken crisp. Just 99 cents at Burger King. It's specially seasoned all white meat chicken that packs one heck of a spicy punch. After all, if it doesn't taste good, it's not a good deal.
Does this happen often? Only about every 8 minutes.
Try the new spicy chicken crisp. Now just 99 cents, only at Burger King.
Long shots, favorites, a preview of the NHL playoffs tonight.
Well, here at Comerica Park, the Tigers enjoying a 5-2 lead. The fans enjoying the day. A maiden voyage of Comerica Park. John Keating has been all around the ballpark. Try to figure out where he is now. Hi, John.
Well, Josh, we're out here in center field. We're out in the land of the liquid fireworks. They're behind me, right behind this screen here. 900 nozzles can shoot water 150 feet into the air. That happened earlier today, and with a little bit of a wind here, of course, some of the liquid part of the liquid fireworks ended up into the bleacher seats, which was a bit of a surprise to those people. So with only 3 more Mariner outs needed till the end of this game, I think people are just pretty much happy with the score being what it is. They don't need any more chills, at least at this point in the afternoon.
Let's go back upstairs. Josh Gibby.
All right, John, thanks very much. Great job today.
John, he looks like he needs a shower anyway. He's just stay right out there.
He looks like a fish stick down there. Juan Encarnacion drives one to left field. Heading back. This ball off the bottom of the wall. Not quite the first home run yet at Comerica Park, but a first pitch double for Encarnacion off Jose Paniagua. A nice way to get us to our next guest. Denise Illich joins us in the booth. It's a great day not only for the city of Detroit, but obviously for the entire Illich family. And Denise, I guess very simply, congratulations. This is unbelievable.
Well, thank you very much. We're so excited. It's almost a perfect day.
Almost? What didn't make it?
At the end of the game.
If we win, it'll be perfect?
If we win, it'll be a perfect game.
You sound like Mr. McHale. And I'm sure like Bill Garner, too, at this
and
point.
my dad.
Yeah. How's he enjoying it?
He's having a great time.
Yeah, great.
He's really enjoying it. It's a dream come true, so.
No, maybe you'll tell me the truth this question. It's been a long fight to get the stadium built. I know your dad has been his dream, and has been ornery at times lately when things, is that how you kind of told when things weren't going good, or has it been smooth sailing?
No, it's been a challenge. It's been a lot of years. It's been at least 7 or 8 years of a real project for the Tiger Ballpark. But one of his best qualities is perseverance, and he's really persevered for this.
Runner at second base. Here's Davy Cruz looking for his third sacrifice bunt of the afternoon. I think it can be fairly pointed out about Mr. Illich. I think visionary is a very accurate word to describe the Tiger owner. He was the man who gambled by moving the pizza empire from the burbs back into downtown. And he's the one that saw the potential of rebuilding the Red Wings, now of rebuilding the Tigers. And moreover, downtown Detroit, with this perhaps as a centerpiece. There you go, Davy Cruz, his third successful sacrifice bunt of the afternoon. Well done. And Denise, if I can ask you about that, I'll do it in just a moment. First, let's check out the bunt. Gibby wants to tell us something.
Phil Garner's ball is starting to take place here. Look at all the sacrifice. Look at how Davy Cruz on this replay. The bat is out front. It's in a very relaxed fashion. He just gets the job done. Look at that. I mean, we're executing this part of it very, very well. And I like this. Now you've got Juan Encarnacion on third base with less than 2 outs. Luis Polonia is up at the plate, and this is an ideal situation. And going into the 9th inning, you want that extra insurance run.
Well, Davy Cruz doing a great job of setting the Tigers up for that all day. His third sacrifice bunt. He's also gotten an infield hit. The infield in for Seattle as Luis Polonia steps to the plate. There's just 1 out. That's the strike on the outside corner.
We're going to take a look at the infield. You see everybody's in now. You see everybody's in, and that opens up the infield. All Luis has to do is hit the ball. And look at third base right here. You got to keep an eye on this guy. They can have a play where he jets over here and tries to pick you off. Juan, got to keep awake.
Out of play, chatting more with Denise Illich. And I've got to ask you, because you were the genesis for a lot of the fun things that we're seeing around the ballpark now. Do you have a particular favorite yet? Or maybe better stated, have you seen the fans gravitate to one thing over the other quite yet?
Well, not yet. I think my favorite will be the liquid fireworks. There'll be music. You've seen the water today, but there'll be music that'll play and lots of lights at night. You'll be able to see a whole light show. So I think all of center field is pretty exciting.
And during the holidays, for example, I understand you can put red and green for Christmas out there with the liquid fireworks, right?
Thanksgiving, we'll be able to enjoy it all year round.
So what goes on for Easter? What color would that be?
Pink.
See, only Kirk's mind thinks like that, you know? Groundhog Day, I guess, could be brown for the groundhogs if you really wanted to, but now we're just getting silly.
And now we're getting into Josh's mind. Who would think of that?
2 strikes to count to Luis Polonia, and again the infield in for Seattle.
That'll get him in. Oh, it's going to be close. You got to try it.
Mabry coming, sliding, and gets up and fires in, and Encarnacion holds at third. So it stays 5-2 as Polonia flies out for the 3rd time today after his triple and after his walk.
Well, this is really frustrating. Juan Encarnacion right here, you've got to tag up, and here's why. Because you never know. Look at the guy slides right here, Mabry. You're on your way, and you're scoring. And, of course, players are different. You got a 5-2 lead in the top or bottom of the 8th inning. You want that insurance run, and with 1 out, I believe I'm going to go and make him throw me out. And if the ball's waiting at the plate, you put your shoulder down and say hello.
Well,
that's just the way I.
You put your shoulder into somebody? No.
Yeah, well, it's better than my noggin.
First at bat for Shane Halter, and he pegs one to center. Mike Cameron moving under it. We thank Denise Illich for stopping by. We congratulate Denise Illich. Way to go. This is really beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for stopping in.
Thanks for your support.
Absolutely. It's the Tigers today against the Seattle Mariners on opening day in Detroit. 5-2 at the end of 8. 3 outs left to get.
What happens when you question everything? 3 great wireless companies can become one even better wireless company. Simple, affordable, national. Bell Atlantic Mobile, AirTouch Cellular, and PrimeCo have become Verizon Wireless. Join in. Get an inside look at the Red Wings run for the cup. Red Wings Weekly, Saturday mornings at 11.
Hey, pizza for Bob. You know, all day long I make Little Caesars pizza, but I never actually get to see anybody enjoy them. Huh? Can you smell this? What do you think? It's good. You're not just saying that.
No, it's delicious.
I love you guys.
Now at Little Caesars, get 1, 2, 3 medium pizzas for only $12.99. It's pizza plus a pizza. 3 pizzas, 1 topping, only $12.99.
Pizza. I love this guy.
You gotta have hope. You gotta have hope. Without hope, life is meaningless. Without hope, life is meaningless and less. You gotta have hope. You gotta have hope. You gotta have hope. You gotta have...
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Net, brought to you by Dodge. In a perfect world, everything would be different. Also by Pepsi, the joy of cola. And by Comerica. We listen, we understand, we make it work. Take a look at the Broderick building and the famous whales. We peek in from behind Brad Ausmus as we head to the 9th inning at Comerica Park. The firsts, there were many, and we will chronicle them for you right here. The first pitch officially at 1:18, a strike from Brian Moeller. The first fountain spray off of Greg Jeffries' RBI single. This is brought to you by GM. Todd Jones is on without pretty much anything under that jersey of his. He is the only bare-armed pitcher we have seen in this game.
You can see the hair on his arm is standing straight up. You're not fooling anybody, Jonesy. It's chilly out there.
From Pell City, Alabama, where it seldom gets this brisk.
Actually, the pitcher of all the players on the field, you need the most. They're active every play of the game.
Well, Jones opening with Mike Cameron, 2 balls and no strikes. It is a save situation in a 3-run game.
And you got to watch out here. The Mariners are going to be trying to get base runners on base. See Mike Cameron being patient right there. Tigers unable to get that extra run.
Gibby Lou Pinella's coming out. Rick Reed is heading over, the home plate umpire, to the Tigers dugout. Looks like maybe a problem with something out there in center field. Oh, I see what it is. There's a door that's open. They're just now closing, or trying to close. There it is. one last picture being snuck in there. That's what Lou Piniella was complaining about. The sight lines for his hitters. Jones missing up and in, 3 balls, no strikes. Tigers have been out a hit 11-8. Right arm goes up from Rick Reed, 3-1.
Again, just throw her right down the pipe, Jonesy. Let him hit.
Strike 2. Temperature in the upper 30s when the game began. But there's a tough guy reliever, Todd Jones. No sweatshirt.
Going to be a fastball.
Belted foul by Cameron. Well, Gibby, what's been the most memorable for you so far today? So many things that we've seen for the first time. Anything jump out at you here in the 9th inning?
Well, I just like the first roar, the first sound. That was what I really wanted to hear, and got to listen to that. And, you know, I guess maybe I'm pretty sentimental about the whole deal. And you see Jonesy walks Cameron to lead off the night. But I just think you know, we have a rich history and tradition in the city of Detroit. See all the people coming out. Even though it was snowing and it was chilly, did not matter. Everybody was in their seat for the first pitch of the game, and that makes me feel good sitting here looking over the city.
Alex Rodriguez coming up. Todd Jones on the mound. Maybe that's appropriate too. Remember, he was the guy who delivered the final pitch at Tiger Stadium, striking out the Royals' Carlos Beltran. Now he can bring this one to a close. Strike one to Rodriguez. That's one of my most memorables from closing day, Gibby. That 4-pitch final at bat. Jones and Beltran, the lightning storm of flashbulbs getting more and more intense with each of the deliveries. Rocky Rowe, the home plate umpire and Detroit native, said it was like looking at the Milky Way. That was unbelievable. I think from the post-game ceremony too, the things that were most memorable, besides you sliding upon your entrance, nothing that was scripted, you know, all the spontaneous moments. A shot to right but foul. You had Willie Horton, who of course came back here today. Willie Horton almost didn't come to the final day at Tiger Stadium because he knew that he'd get all emotional, and indeed he got all emotional. He was crying and pumping his fists. Willie Horton might have provided the single best snapshot to that day. That and you sliding.
Sorry.
That was great. So was that. Todd Jones, the bottom dropping out literally 73 miles an hour on approach for the first out of the 9th inning.
Well, 3 previous pitches to A-Rod up in the 90s, and here he takes a lot off at, like you say, 73, a big snapdragon. That's a pretty good snap off right there. It's pretty hard to get that ball to go down like that so slowly, but Jonesy does it, and A-Rod's not looking for it, and the Tigers got their first out of the 9th inning.
Jones against Olerud now. And a strike from Jonesy.
It looks like it took Jonesy about 1 hitter to get used to that mound. Walks off the leadoff Mike Cameron, and now throwing nothing but strikes.
Seattle's already stranded 11 in this game. That pitch biting down and into Olerud, 1-1. Don't forget, it's the same 2 teams tomorrow night, a game that will not be televised, so come on out, see Malicki and Seeley for the Tigers and the Mariners. 7:05 first pitch, then it's Hideo Nomo against Gil Mesh on Thursday night. Tampa Bay with Canseco and Vinny Castilla, Fred McGriff, all those guys, Greg Vaughn, they come to town over the weekend. On the ground, left side, Davy Cruz had it get away, and he's going to go and retrieve it. He was almost able to smother it, but it bounded away, and it's an infield hit. That will bring the tying man to the plate.
Well, I tell you what, Olerud's such sweet swinging. He gets 2 strikes and just shoots it through the hole right here. Davey with a good attempt. Unable to come up with it. I don't think even if he would have caught it, he would have been able to gather it out. And Edgar Martinez now represents the tying run for this Seattle Mariner team.
Former American League batting champion Edgar Martinez. Off to a slow start, but you know he's awesome at getting on base. Among active players, only Frank Thomas has a better career on-base percentage than Edgar Martinez. Rifled foul, 1-1. Oh, we mentioned it earlier. I'll repeat it again, Gibby. The other 2 times this city has opened a ballpark, their franchise has won. 1896, 1912, and now on the cusp of it here in the year 2000. Outside, so the 3rd ballpark in 104 years in Detroit. Opens on this very raw and very blustery Tuesday afternoon. 39,168, the paid crowd, more than 40,000 actually here. Breaking pitch for a strike. 2-2.
See pretty good career stats for Edgar against Todd. Also a few strikeouts. Let's see another one of those.
Up and in. 3-2. Jay Buhner waits on deck for Lou Piniella. Another right-handed power hitter after Edgar Martinez.
Jonesy struggling a little bit with the feel of the ball.
Got him. 2 down, 9th inning, and it comes to Buhner.
It seems like the best pitch for Todd this 9th inning has been his breaking ball. Gets A-Rod with a nasty breaker, and right here comes back. Sets down Edgar Martinez. 2 away, Tigers 1 away from a opening park, Comerica Park victory.
Buhner with no success against Todd Jones in his career. Literally. It's the matchup you want.
Yes, it is. He's 5 for 5. That is strikeouts per at bat.
Slowly towards Shane Halter. Ball game's over. Todd Jones got the last out at the old place. He got the last out in the first game at the new place. And the Tigers have defeated Seattle on this frosty Tuesday afternoon. A memorable Comerica Park opener. Tigers stumbled out of the gate, made a couple of errors before they even came to the plate. But they win it. Without Easley, without Juan Gonzalez, Phil Garner's team improves now to 2-5. And Comerica Park's debut is now in the books.
Well, I'll tell you, the Tigers have only 2 victories so far this year, Josh, but I think the mold is pretty self-explanatory. You get good starting pitching, come in with Doug Brocail. Todd Jones finishes it off. That definitely works.
Well, it's a happy Tiger crew. They will very soon be a slightly warmer Tiger crew as they head in. Let's head now to the field. John Keating is standing by with the winning manager.
All right, Josh, thanks. This game's a lot of fun when you play in front of a crowd like this and have a game like you did today.
Well, we had some hardy souls that stayed to the end with us, and we appreciate that, but it was a beautiful day, no matter what the weather was, and we had a lot of fun on the field.
You were really looking for Brian Moeller to give you a lift, and he did just that. Pitched very solidly for 6 innings again.
Yes, he did. We put him in some jams a couple of times. He picks a guy off in the first inning and kind of eases the pain a little bit, but pitched out of some trouble and did a fine job. And we came through with some big hits today, which is what we haven't been doing.
You had to get after your guys a little bit after the game in Baltimore. All of a sudden, you feel better about things when you come back here and you see your new surroundings and the guys get some timely hits.
Well, we do feel better about things when we come back here. This is a beautiful ballpark. We walked into that clubhouse. A lot of us saw it in January, and it wasn't completed. We didn't know what to think, and it is really first class, state of the art. The field itself is magnificent. It was a wonderful day. So the other part of the season we can put aside. We can start from today, and it's a new beginning.
It's been a long day for everybody. I'm guessing you're going to sleep pretty good tonight.
I'm excited. This was a lot of fun.
All right, Phil, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tiger manager Phil Garner celebrating his first victory at Comerica Park. The Tigers' first victory at Comerica Park. Back upstairs to Josh Lewin now.
All right, Sean, thank you so much. Well, the fountains are working, that we know. And this crowd, bundled up as they were today, will leave here happy with a Tiger 5-2 win. Brian Moeller, who was the starter in the finale at Tiger Stadium, got the call today in this home opener, and he was a winner too. Detroit 5, Seattle 2. Will come back and wrap it up after this.
So, what have you done on a lawn lately?
It's good to touch the green, green grass of home.
Some of America's finest lawns have one thing in common. True Green Chem Lawn, naturally. For a free lawn analysis, call us today.
Things in life can change like that. All that work, and it's gone. But Farmers Insurance can help you get things back to the way they once were. That's why everything we do, from the way policies are written to the way claims are handled, revolves around getting you back to that point. Isn't that what insurance is supposed to do? Hey, wires can short out. Toasters can catch fire. These things happen. But with Farmers, we can at least help get you back where you belong.
Some tire places advertise name brand tires for 25 bucks. But what kind of tire costs 25 bucks? And what cars do they fit? This one? No. This one? This one? No way! Fact is, they're advertising teeny tires for tiny cars, and they'll charge extra for extras. Hey, those must be $25 tires. Kind of look like go-kart tires. Listen, for a great deal on name brand tires that will fit your car, you know where to go.
Bell Tire.
What happens when you question everything? 3 great wireless companies can become one even better wireless company. Simple, affordable, national. Bell Atlantic Mobile, AirTouch Cellular, and PrimeCo have become Verizon Wireless. Join in.
Tigers 5, Mariners 2. It started out snowing this morning. It stayed cold throughout the day, but I think a lot of hale and hearty Tiger fans will be telling their kids, their grandkids, their friends, their neighbors, what have you, about just being here today. We ran through a lot of emotions. We ran through a lot of different weather. In the end, it was a Tiger win.
Well, it really was, and this is what the Tigers were looking for, and the stories are all going to be different. That's what a victory will do for you. I was proud that I could have my children here so they can go on and talk about the opening day of Comerica Park, maybe when the next park comes.
I don't know if it's fair yet to call Comerica Park a pitcher's park, a hitter's park, or anything quite yet, because it's only been one game. Wind chills were in the 20s today. Can we make a fair assessment? Yes.
I think you can make a good hunch assessment, and I'm looking at it from a hitter's point of view. The infield grass is very thick and very slow. The hitters aren't going to like that. The walls are definitely out there farther. Doesn't appear that the ball carried out a cold day. I don't think it's going to matter. It's just a big park. Now, somebody is going to like it, and that's the pitchers, and I can only think of the Seattle Mariners before they moved into Safeco Field. Their ERA was over 6. After Safeco Field, it was right around 4. I love 1-0 games. How many times do I got to tell you that?
About 100.
I think we're going to see a few more of those in Comerica Park.
Well, indeed, for Tiger fans that have been wanting to see better pitching for the last 20 years or so, it's a ballpark that's conducive to that. Again, Brian Moeller got the win today. Todd Jones saved it. We saw some decent pitching this afternoon.
Well, we really did, and that's a carbon copy. And even when they had that little purpose pitch on Dean Palmer, Doug Brocail comes back, gets his message back. I think Phil Garner's spell is starting to take place.
Tigers win to go to 2-5. They win 5-2 on what was, despite the weather, believe it or not, a beautiful day that saw Al Kaline in the dugout, Sparky Anderson as well. And we saw 40,000 fans digging it. It's not Tiger Stadium. It is now Comerica Park. It's a new corner, Montcalm and Witherell. It's a new chapter for the Detroit Tigers franchise. And we hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Don't forget, we've got a 7 o'clock replay. We'll show you the whole thing again tonight. Our next game, the next Tigers telecast Friday night, Jose Canseco and the Devil Rays. Live coverage beginning with the pregame show with John Keating at 6:30. For Kirk Gibson and our man on the street, John Keating. He did a great job today. I'm Josh Lewin saying so long from Comerica Park. Again, your final Tigers 5, Seattle 2. You've been watching Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Net. Stay tuned. Rush Hour is coming up next.
Protect your lawn from grubs. We got inside the mind of the grub.
Oh, am I hungry? I'm starving. I need me some grass root. I'm gonna eat the whole yard.
Introducing Bayer Advanced season-long grub control with merit. Kills more grubs, guaranteed.
What's this?
And just one application protects your lawn all season long.
I ain't hungry no more.
Bayer Advanced. Better thinking, better results.